worlds, because of course we've got new rosters, we've got King and Queen of the Ring that's going to be kicking off. There's lots for us to get our teeth into, and let's start, shall we, like where we usually like to start, and that of course is with a bit of a preview. Now, there should be 8 matches tonight. One of them appears to have been cancelled because of Drew McIntyre. I'm sure you've heard, but Drew McIntyre, it's been announced, is injured. He's not medically cleared. He's not cleared to wrestle. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing him tonight. So what we've got is we've got Sheamus against Gunther. That's going to be amazing. You might remember that was a match from Clash at the Castle going back a few years ago, and it was an absolute banger. So not only are we going to talk about these matches, I think we're going to do a little bit of a quick prediction as to who's going to win. So we've got Sheamus versus Gunther. I'm going to go with Gunther. It's very hard to see Gunther not emerging victorious here. I really like Sheamus. He's been away for a while, but Gunther's just coming off one of the longest reigns in history. They're clearly building him up. I don't see what benefit there is to him going out in like the first round. So I'm going to go with Gunther. Then we've got Lyra, Valkyria against Asuka. Now this is really interesting because you would think that Asuka should progress, but Lyra is brand new. We need to present her as being credible. She could lose, but lose so valiantly that she comes across as credible. We could absolutely go down that path, or Lyra could get a shock win. So I think that is really tough. Really tough. Like, do you really get behind Lyra and give her a big victory? Oh my God, who is this girl? Or do you pull the trigger with Asuka? It's really tough, that one. I'm going to go Lyra. I'm going to go Lyra. I'm going to go Lyra. Let's go in on Lyra, right? Asuka's had a lot of success. She'll have loads of success in the future. I would love for Asuka to be Queen of the Ring. I think that would be awesome for her. But I'm going to say that it'd be weird for Lyra to lose in the first round. It's a weird matchup, actually, because I really think they're going to want to establish Lyra as someone that you need to be aware of. And again, going out in the first rounds, that doesn't really make much sense for this new era. We're in a new era now. So I'm going to go with Lyra. Close, that one, though. Really hard. Then we got Ricochet against Ilja Dragunov. It's the same argument, isn't it? Like, I feel like Ilja is in the same boat as Lyra. Why would you have him go out in the first round? It's not going to happen, is it? I think Ilja goes through, so Ricochet, I think, loses there. Then we got Zoey Stark against Ivy Nile. I think that's really tricky. I'm going to go with Zoey because I think she's had more matches. She's further along. Good match, though. Really like that matchup. In fact, all of these are great. I mean, what a night. If you're someone that watches for Cody and Seth and Rock and you want the big names, tonight might not quite be the night for you. But if you're someone that just wants bangers, man, just great in-ring action, look at this. Look at these matches. Sheamus, Gunther, amazing. Lyra, Asuka, amazing. Ricochet, Ilja, amazing. Zoey Stark, Ivy Nile will be fun. And then we got Natalya against Iyo Sky. I'm thinking Iyo is going to progress there. Natalya always seems to be on the receiving end of a defeat in these kind of matches. It would be great if we actually gave the boat something to celebrate. Imagine if Natalya did really well in this tournament. But I'm thinking we go with Iyo. She's just coming off losing the title. We're probably going to want to give her something to build her back up again. And that's all the matches on the official preview. So those are the 6 matches. There was 8 that was announced, but these are the only 6 matches they've now got on the official website. So that's all we can talk about. To be honest, that's all we can speculate about. I wonder if I go to the WWE Twitter account, if it'll have any extra on there. Bit strange that there's a few matches seemingly missing. from this lineup, because I'm sure there was 4 women's matches and 4 men's matches that had been announced, but we don't have all of them listed on the website. Let's just scroll down and see what was originally announced and see what is missing. Oh, here it is. Who will seize their opportunity? So, what was announced was... Here we go. So, Lyra against Asuka was one of the matches that was announced. Zoey and Ivy was one of the matches that was announced. Let's see if we can get this loaded again. It's been difficult. It's been difficult. Yeah. Okay. So, Zoey, Ivy, yes. Shayna, Zelina. Okay, so Shayna, Zelina is not one that was mentioned. So, Shayna, Zelina. Iyo, Natalya was mentioned. Drew, Finn, we know has fallen out because of Drew being injured. So, don't know what the plan is there. Kofi against Ray is not been mentioned on the website. So I think those might be the missing ones. Ricochet, Ilja, that was mentioned. Gunther, Sheamus, that was mentioned. So I think that's all of them. So it looks like there's 3 that are missing or were missing. Shayna, Zelina, Drew, Finn, we already know about, and Kofi, Ray. So I'm in the dark as to whether we're going to get those now. I don't know if they're happening or not because they're not listed on the WWE website. But either way, those are the predictions. Let's jump into the chat and put a poll up. We'll see what people are saying. Let's go. So many good matches, says Freddie. There's loads in the butts. Really good. So who wins? Let's see who wins. I'm struggling with, let's go for the big one. Let's go Gunther, Sheamus, and we'll see how people feel about that, and then we'll change it over to the Lyra match. So there we go. The WWE website has listed just a few of the matches. There's 3 that were missing. One of them we know has been cancelled, but will Drew be replaced? Will Finn still compete but now face someone else? We're going to have to wait and see. We didn't get any word from Adam Pearce about that, so we're going to have to wait and see. But he did announce that Drew is out. Leapin, Lucha, Larry, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I hope you're well. Mark Firefly Forever, shout out to you. Also gifting 5 Wrestling Days memberships. And of course, the members have been nominating who they want to see as the April inductee into the Community Hall of Fame. And it is worth saying that even at that stage, there was one person that absolutely ran away with it. I then put the top 5 names, I think it was, into a poll so that you lot could vote as to who you want to be the April inductee into the Hall of Fame. And once again, the same person ran away with it. What this says to me is that this person is very much loved by the community. This person is in no doubt deserves to go in, and you have spoken. Not only did the members choose this person, but the community chose this person. So a massive congratulations to William Hensey, who is officially the April inductee into the Community Hall of Fame. So it's just a lovely way of recognizing community members. And obviously we've had a few people inducted so far. Austin 316, Sonny Wolf, James Chadwick, Jennifer Palmer, and now we welcome someone else. William Hensey goes in for April. And what's great is because I was a little bit delayed with actually getting round to doing April, it means that the May one will be coming up very, very soon. So in a few weeks' time, we will start the process as to who should go in for May. But that's in the future. We're going to focus on the now, and many congratulations to William Hensey. I did reach out to William and say, look, well done, you absolutely deserve it. Can you give me a picture to put like down below? So I know he is hopefully off working on that. I did only send it a few hours ago, so hopefully he's off working on that. So he doesn't feature yet in the video in the bottom right, but he will. And a massive congratulations to him. I know that'll be a very popular choice, certainly amongst the pervert community. The pervert, I think actually there's going to be an article in the Pervert Weekly. They want to do a big center page spread all about William Hensey again, and about this achievement. It's probably the biggest thing that anyone from that pervert community has actually achieved in like the last 50 years. You know, legally, right? You know, there's a lot of things that have been achieved illegally, but legally, it's probably the biggest thing that they've achieved. So I know that the pervert community is out in celebration tonight. I don't know how the pervert community celebrate. I think they go into the bushes with binoculars. However you get your kicks, right? However you get your kicks. Climbing through the air conditioning units so that they can peek into the women's changing rooms, right? Oh, these guys, eh? So, massive shout out to William. I know that he is a very humble man, and I know that he won't want all this attention. Perverts don't, to be honest. Attention's bad, so they don't like it. But God bless him, and he was very much a runaway winner. So, well done, William. Well done. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, Carl and Dawn. What is that name? Doesn't show me the full name. It says I'm gonna guess at Hamilton. Oh, it might be actually yeah, maybe I was right. Maybe it is Hamilton. It is now. So Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. You should put a glitch in the stream with a URL code, says Carl and Dawn. Well, I mean, to be honest, you have to be a little bit careful with stuff like that, because I don't want to run the same risk of Dreadmare where, you know, you're making people believe something and, you know, all that kind of stuff that's not actually happening. I am a big I'm a big believer in just playing it with a straight bat. So yeah, as much fun as that would be, I don't want to muddy the waters and all that kind of stuff. So I'll leave it to the professionals. You've seen people go into wrestling shows with like signs that have got QR codes on, and it's like, oh, WWE have like created a bit of a monster there, because now you've got people that are coming up with their own QR codes and fans are scanning them, and God only knows where it's going to take people, you know. It could get quite dangerous, actually. It could really take people to some dark places, so you got to be a bit careful with that kind of a thing. So, yeah, as much fun as that would be, I think I'll leave it to the professionals. So, Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Miguel, hello, said Days, you are awesome. I just got the funniest card on Supercard, Rob Van Dam rank card, and the card is the 420th card. Ah, very good. Did you see that WrestleMania next year is going to be on 420? People are saying that the main event might be Riddle against Rob Van Dam. Because it's going to be on 420, which is pretty fun. So, yeah, we're off to Las Vegas, baby. That was announced over the weekend. Obviously, we touched on it during Unseen. A massive thank you as well for, you know, the support since coming back. I mean, honestly, like, Unseen last night seemed to really... I said it on social media. I think people are just happy it's back, to be honest. I think that's what's happened. But, like, I'm getting people going, do you do this every day? It's like, yeah. Well, I will be, yeah. And we did. It's just that I've been in America. And on that bombshell, I have a toy hunt, which is, I would say, 50 to 60% done now. So today I spent my time editing it. And I've just got to get the voiceover done on it, and I've just got to get like a few other little bits in there. But I'm very confident it will be done very soon. I did want to get it done yesterday, but wasn't quite ready. So I'm thinking, well, today we've got Raw. Tomorrow we've got NXT and we do wrestling escape pods. So I'm really looking at Wednesday, Thursday. And to be honest with you, I'm probably leaning more Thursday because it probably makes more sense to do it closer to the weekend. But Thursday, it can really have a bit of room to breathe, you know, because obviously on Friday, we're going to do SmackDown. I don't know what we're doing Saturday yet, but I like the idea of dropping it on a day where we don't have like a stream, so that the stream doesn't really interfere with it. So I'm looking at Wednesday, Thursday, but leaning more Thursday. That'll just give me that extra day to make sure it's... Honestly, I mean, it's so good. It is so good. If there was is there a way of showing, like, I wonder if I can like show it so that people can see like how good it is. Here we go. So, will this work? I've never done this before. I've never actually used a window capture of... Let's go here. Let's give this a go. Ooh, but it's not showing it. Oh, that's a tease, isn't it? So it's showing the thing, but it's not actually showing it in the window. Even though in this window here I can see it, it's not showing it. That's interesting. That must be like an anti... that's a tease, isn't it? There is a toy hunt there, and there is a picture in that corner that I can see, but you can't see. So either way, it's coming, and I'm hoping to drop that on Thursday. But every day we will be doing unseens as well, so we will be dropping those on the channel. Right, Bonkers said WWE has announced that Drew McIntyre is not medically cleared to compete tonight and has been pulled from the King of the Ring tournament. Yeah, it's disappointing, but at least he is not too badly injured from my understanding. It's not something that it means he's going to miss Clash at the Castle or anything like this. I think he's still nursing a bit of an injury following WrestleMania, so it's enough to keep him out at the moment, but long term shouldn't be like, you know, mean that he's out for ages. Defcon said, just be kind to everyone. Tell someone that you love them tonight, even if it's someone you haven't spoken to for years. Oh, okay. Hope everything's all right, Defcon. Normally, when you get positive comments like that, something's gone bad. Something's gone wrong. But I hope you're well. Winners and losers from the WWE draft, said not JPEG. Well, we kind of went down the draft and we were looking at who's gone where. So we were having a look at like each round of the draft, and I think SmackDown won big. I mean, we were going down like each round going, okay, of these two picks, who won? 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 Who won overall round one? And then we did the same for like round two, and we were doing a bit of that. And it was SmackDown that was really coming out as being like the winners for me. When you were going head to head of, would I rather have these people or would I rather have these people? And it was SmackDown that kind of came out of it looking pretty good. I'm just on the WWE website now. I don't know if this has been updated. It might have been updated. Let's have a little look. Bron Breakker's on Raw. Who else switched over? Did Nia go over to... Yeah, SmackDown. She's over on SmackDown. I think they have updated the rosters. So, having a little look. I wonder if I can get this on screen now. So, having a little look here at the rosters. This is the SmackDown roster. So, just going down, I don't know quite what we're looking for in the sense of there's a nice blend, I think, on both. So, you know, you've got experience and you've got newcomers. I also think like people like Ashanti we've not done anything with yet, so I'm interested to see what the plan is there. Apollo, I mean, I just don't know how the guy keeps hanging on. I'm pleased he does, don't get me wrong for a second. I'm not saying that he should have lost his job. I'm just saying, like, I don't feel like he's ever properly found his groove, like, really, since he joined WWE. And, like, you know, we did the Nigerian thing. Then he went down to NXT. Then he got called back up, but we haven't done anything with him. We've just gone through these cuts. He's still there. So, I don't know if they got a plan for him. I don't know. Like, is he putting in crazy effort? And, like, that's why he stays around? I don't know what the plan is for Apollo. That I can summarize what I'm trying to say in that. I'm pleased he's still around. I don't want anyone to lose their job, so I'm certainly not saying that. But what I'm saying is, it is a surprise because we just don't seem to ever really get going with him, and he's still there. We got Andrade. He's got a bright future, of course. Baron Corbin came up after the draft. Bailey, of course, Bianca, Candice, Blair Davenport was a bit of a surprise. Didn't expect her to get called up. Chelsea Green going over to SmackDown. That could be fun. It's no longer going to be her terrorizing Adam Pearce. It's going to be her with Nick Aldis. Cody Rhodes, of course, is on SmackDown now, so that's a big move. That's a big loss for Raw, actually, because they haven't picked up Roman. They've lost Cody, and they haven't gained Roman. But, of course, we do have CM Punk. He, I believe, is on Raw. And so, like, you know, Jay is getting more and more over. Drew McIntyre, Seth Rollins. So they've got people, but losing Cody is a big blow. So, yeah, I think that's pretty good. Dragon Lee is a really good prospect. Indy Hartwell, Jade Cargill is obviously one half of the women's tag champs at the moment. You can't go wrong with having Kevin Owens, Johnny Gargano, LA Knight, Logan Paul. You know, Logan Paul is very limited, but he is someone that brings some star power. You've got the Street Profits, Nia Jax, okay, Naomi, Shinsuke, Randy. There's a lovely blend on this show. I mean, if you look at up-and-comers, like, you know, Tegan Nox we've never really got going with. Tiffany's just getting started. Tommaso, we haven't even scratched the surface. Santos Escobar, we haven't scratched the surface. And then, obviously, Solo now massively stepping up. Randy Orton is an absolute legend. You know, you kind of have a look at the mixture here, the blend here. I think you can do some really exciting stuff with this roster. And Cody, as we said, I mean, you know, it's good. It's really good. And then add in the fact it's only a 2-hour show, not a 3-hour show. They're cooking. Over here, we got Becky, we got Asuka, we got Bron Breakker, right? Carlito, yeah. Creeds are good. Bronson Reed's pretty fun. CM Punk. I love this Dijak call-up, but I wish that it was done on the show. Drew McIntyre, obviously, cooking at the moment. We're trying with Damian Priest, Gunther, Ilja. It's pretty good on this side as well, actually, when you go down. Jey Uso, super over. I suppose what I'm looking for here, though, is where is that big star power? Where is that big star power? Because you'd have to say no. You'd have to say no. Obviously Triple H, but you don't see him. Seth, boom. Sammy, he's got a bit. Rhea, definitely, but she's out injured at the moment. Ray, definitely. Does Ray step up? Ray kind of could play a bigger role than how we've been using him, you know? So, I don't know. Do we try and get a bit more out of Ray? Rhea's injured. Seth is actually injured at the moment as well, unfortunately. No. Yeah, Jay has got some serious star power at the moment. You can't say he hasn't. Always keep seeing a clips of his entrance. No, I mean, she ain't CM Punk. She ain't Cody Rhodes. Gunther, maybe. I still don't know that people are tuning in for Gunther. Drew, yeah, I think Drew's got it. Drew's got a bit of star power. CM Punk, of course. Byron Saxton, that's undeniable. Becky Lynch, definitely. Asuka, I don't think so, actually, and I'm a big Asuka stan. So I would say for a 3-hour show, at the moment, maybe just a little question mark about the star power. I mean, Punk, I reckon, will be on the show tonight. But yeah, if you think, at the moment, technically injured, as well as that, we've got Rhea, who is technically injured. Seth is technically injured. you can see there's a little bit of an issue here when it comes to the top end of the cards. But again, all things considered, what I will say is the WWE roster is stacked. I mean, I think, for me personally, if I was to say who won the draft, I'd go with SmackDown. I think they've got more than enough there for a 2-hour show. I think it's a bit harder for Raw. And I think it's very hard when you look at the amount of injuries that they've got at the moment. I think big name star power is something which is a little bit of a concern. But once everyone's back from injury, they should be in a perfectly fine place. Should be absolutely fine. And obviously the goal is going to be, can we build up some of these other names to become massive stars, you know? So that's something we really do need to start looking at. And maybe King and Queen of the Ring can really help us with that. Maybe King and Queen of the Ring can really bring people through, you know, and really get some people established. So I think Tiffany is well on her way. Tiffany Stratton is well on her way. She's on SmackDown, though. But she is really over. People love Tiffy time. And she said the other day, I've only been doing this 3 years. Look at where I am. I mean, think about that. That was after WrestleMania 36. That was after the Boneyard match. She started after that, and look at where she is now. That should be a big inspiration to people, man. If you really are like a bit lost at the moment in your life, look at what Tiffany has achieved in 3 years. You know, granted, she had a background in gymnastics, and so she had something she could bring to WWE. So it's not like she was just someone off the street, right? She obviously had a background, an athletic background that could translate. But even so, what an amazing achievement from her. And now she's getting, you know, the reward. And the reward is that she's getting championship matches. She's on PLEs. She's been to Australia. She's just been over to France. Everyone around the world knows who she is. Tiffy time is a thing. And again, she hasn't been on the main roster that long. So we're looking for more examples of that. More examples of that, of people that are, you know, up-and-comers that are really establishing themselves. And Gunther's doing it as well, to be honest. I mean, of course he is. Longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. It's just, for me, are people tuning in for Gunther at this point? I don't think so. I don't think they're tuning in specifically to see him. But he brings such credibility. He is so fantastic in the ring. You don't want to miss his matches. I don't want to miss his matches. I'm a big Gunther stan. But, you know, he's a heel. And he's a heel, to be honest, that doesn't have the best creative. I mean, Gunther is brilliant when it comes to matches and putting on bangers. But he doesn't have brilliant storylines. And I think that kind of hurts him a little bit. If we was to tell a story with Gunther, like what we've just done with the Bloodline, where, you know, we kept going back to Gunther and he was backstage and he was in control and he was in that Roman Reigns type role, that would massively help get him over, because you're raising his exposure, you're raising his star power. But instead, he just tends to get segments where he'll come out and he might do a promo in the ring, or he might stand on the commentary table and do a promo, or he might have a banging match. But I think in order to kind of get him to that next level, we're going to need to start telling stories involving him where we kind of go back to him a few times throughout the show. Because he is a WrestleMania main eventer. There is no doubt about that in my mind. And I'm sure there's not much doubt in many people's minds he's a WrestleMania main eventer. But, I mean, as we said, what stories has he really been involved in? He had that little thing with Chad, but that was more about Chad, really, than it was about Gunther. That was more about Chad's daughter crying and Chad wanting to get the opportunity again. It wasn't really so much about Gunther. So I think there's work clearly to be done, but it's such an exciting time. You can't help but watch WWE at the moment and just feel so excited and reinvigorated and what's going to come next, you know? So I'm very excited for the future. Very excited. Right, we got, oh man, wow. With Liv Morgan as a special guest referee in a really high match. So, Miguel, shout out to you. I don't know what we're talking about there. So, you want Liv Morgan as a special guest referee? Oh, in the 420 thing. Got you. Okay, I'm with you now. I'm with you now. Yes. Maybe that's the whole reason as to why we've done it on 420, so that Liv Morgan can feel as comfortable as possible at WrestleMania next year, and that is where she's going to finish her story and her blunt. So, Miguel, shout out to you. It took me a second there to get back to where we were, but I got there. Defcon Prime said, I just want to take this time out and say that it is Mental Health Awareness Month. You're never alone, and there will never not be good people to reach out. Well, that's lovely, that is, Defcon. Shout out to you, buds. Defcon Prime, I hope you're well. And I think that's an excellent message and a nice reminder. It's true, actually. I mean, I'm very fortunate that people like get in touch with me through emails and DMs and notifications and comments. And there's always people that are like, I really love the community and I love hanging out with you lot and sharing my thoughts in the chat. Hence why I'm pleased that we've made the chat bigger again. And it's really nice that people, you know, the streams seem to help people and play a big part in people's like enjoyment of wrestling, if you will. So I'm very aware that this is, you know, we try to make this a positive place, and we try to make this a place where we really focus on the wrestling and we really focus on the matches and we really dial in to the stories and whatever, and don't try to allow like negativity and all of that to come in. Of course it's going to show itself at times. This is the real world and this is life, but this is also, I think, an escape for a lot of people. And it's hard out there, man. It's hard out there. I think the other thing to remember is you are definitely not alone. You're definite, whatever it is you're going through, however hard it is, I assure you there are other people going through the same, and dare I say even worse. So yeah, I think that's a nice reminder, that is, Defcon. Well said. Wayne, shout out to you, said, Days, could Uncle Howdy be on Raw tonight? He could. I'm not expecting him, because I think he made it quite clear that they're going to be at King and Queen of the Ring. That's what things were suggesting. I think if they were going to debut tonight, the QR code would have made it quite clear that, you know, they're going to debut on this show. And there was nothing in the QR code to really suggest that. There was a great thought, though, which I retweeted out because I was like, yeah, that is interesting, actually. Let me see if I can find it again. Go down to it. Might have to just change this. Oh, no. Boom. Lovely. So this is my Twitter account, right? So here, I'm just Ken, right? So just Bay Live. Just Bay Live. All you've got to do is Bay Live. So I'm just Ken said, I just had a thought about Uncle Howdy and his stable. In the audio recording that we got from the QR code, the woman in it said, the time for secrets is over. And then a day later, the PWI report came out and it put out the alleged members. So what I'm just kept saying here is, like, you know, eyes emoji. Do we think that that is connected? Do we think that that's connected? Do we think that that is... do we think that that is just a coincidence? That she said time for secrets are over? And then we, a day later, get that PW Insider report? Don't know, man. I thought that was quite interesting. That was an interesting thought. Not one that had crossed my mind, to be honest. Could it be that WWE did leak it out and they did tell us that the time for secrets was over? Perhaps let's run with that for a second, and let's say that they did purposefully leak it out. What I would say is that is quite clever, because the conversation has very much moved on now. It's not so much who's in the group now, it's why was Alexa not mentioned. And what I think you'll find with this is that I don't think we'll ever get to the point where everything gets answered. There will always be questions. And I think WWE may know that as well. So if they have given us the identities of the Wyatt Five, or whatever it's going to be called, they know that by doing that, it's now generated other questions. And maybe that was what they wanted. Perhaps they want us not to worry so much about who's in the group, but to focus on who isn't, and to focus on why is Alexa not in the group, and talk about that 1A in the URL codes. So maybe they did leak it. I don't know. I mean, like, these are all just thoughts and theories and things that are like swirling around. Maybe they did leak it so that we focused our attention on something else rather than running around going, who do you think's in the group? Well, this could be this person. Perhaps WWE like, no, we don't want you to worry about that. Here's who's in the group. We want you to focus on why Alexa isn't in the group, because that's the real story. Which I kind of like that theory. I kind of like the thought that they have done that on purpose. I don't know that they have. It could just be a genuine leak. It could just be that someone from the makeup department has, you know, run their mouths off, or someone that tears the ring down. You know, these leaks can come from so many places. The sound technician, the guy that does the pyro, the guy that sets up the ring, the guy that drives the trucks, you know, all of these here rumors, I'm sure. And I'm sure the dirt sheets are trying to speak to as many people that work behind the scenes as possible. So, you know, it's it can come from anywhere, really. Friends, family, you know. So I don't know where the leak came from, and I don't know if it was leaked on purpose, but I do believe it. There is another thought that it could be incorrect information to like throw us all off the scent. It could be that they're trying to catch us out. But as I've said before, the reason why we come up with theories and we come up with speculation is to try and get information. We're trying to work things out. So if someone like PW Insider comes out with that information, that has to be the starting point. That has to be something that we go, right, that's the biggest thing that we've been given so far, right? We can theorize and speculate about things, but this has got to be the most tangible piece of information that we've had so far. So I'm on board with the PW Insider information, and obviously I'll keep that in my back pocket, and we'll keep looking at the QR codes as usual, and we'll see where it leads us. And honestly, I mean, it looks like King and Queen of the Ring is when they're going to arrive. It's only about 3 weeks away. So we'll get all those answers, hopefully in 3 weeks, as to whether this was correct or incorrect, or if Alexa is with them, or if she's not going to be with them. Hopefully 3 weeks' time, less than that now, we will get those answers at King and Queen of the Ring. So I don't think we see Uncle Howdy tonight, unfortunately. I think there would have been a much bigger QR code clue that they were going to be here, if they were going to be here. Charles said, as we have said before, you are the best and always will be the best. Charles, shout out to you, my friends. I don't go mining for those kinds of compliments. I don't go looking for those kind of compliments. They are always appreciated, of course. But no, I'm very blessed. I've said it a lot of times. I'm very blessed. I know that I'm very blessed that you lot choose to spend your time here and share your thoughts and share your theories. And all I can do is try and present them. The ones that I think are, you know, you see a lot of the same thoughts. You know, I've been tagged a lot of times in that code, that URL, you know, the first letter of each, but I've been tagged in that a lot. So, you know, I feel like we've kind of done that, and I feel like we've had a good look through the QR code. So if people tag me in stuff that we've already covered, then of course I have to kind of give a thumbs up and go, thank you, appreciate you for sharing that with me. We have already kind of touched on it though. But yeah, I mean, it's cool. I'm always looking for that kind of next interesting thought that can share with you guys, so that it'll get your creative juices going. And you never know where these things all lead, you know? Sometimes it is someone just going, what do you think about this? And that might not be correct, but then it sparks something, and then eventually you do get to something which feels pretty good, you know? So it's a collaborative effort. I think that's what I'm saying. It takes a community to build a goat. Planet Dan ASMR, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. I had a thought about Howdy. Let's go. They told the story about the lost sheep. What if Alexa is the lost sheep and has been separated from the flock, and they are going to eventually bring her back? Yes, they could do that, absolutely. So on that code, it said something like UEDJ51A. And what has been pointed out is, why is that A separate? I think that code doesn't have to be in that order. That code doesn't have to be anything in particular. That code could have been anything. We've seen URLs that are just wwe.com/404, right? So it's not like it has to be 5 letters, 2 numbers, and it doesn't have to be in that order. So it must have been put in that order for a reason, or... like, why would you not put all 6 letters if they are the first letters of the people that are going to be in this group? Why were they not all together? And why is it 5 and 1? And the 5 and 1 thing very much has got people thinking that's because this one is separate. And a lot of people thought that separate one was Bray. It's 5 and 1, the one being Bray. But now it's starting to look like that one could be Alexa, and that could be what the A stands for. And as you said, maybe they're going to try and find Alexa. Maybe they're going to try and find her for good reasons or for bad reasons. I mean, she did turn on Bray at WrestleMania 37. So, you know, is it that their first step is to try and track her down? When they do track her down, what are their intentions? I mean, I feel pretty good that she is going to be a part of this. It's very difficult to imagine that she's not. She was so critical to the story, and she was such a big part of Bray's character when he was around for those final few years. I just don't see how you don't have her a part of this. It's hard for me to understand why Braun isn't a part of this. I don't know why Braun Strowman's not a part of this. Eric Rowan makes total sense. Of course he does, right? And of course Uncle Howdy makes sense. But then really Joe Gacy had no connection. Dexter Lumis had no connection. Nikki Cross, you know, she had a brief moment with Bray, but I mean, there was nothing, there's no real connection. So, you know, these, I think, are people that were putting in because from a creative point of view, it's going to really help them to be a part of this. And their characters have always been a little bit more on that darker side. Nikki Cross, of course, has been in Sanity, and she was doing the staring stuff, so she feels like a natural fit. Joe Gacy, of course, was in Schism. He's always operated on that kind of darker side of things in NXT. He's a natural fit. Dexter Lumis has always been a psychopath, right? Walking around with hammers and staring and communicating through drawings. He feels like a natural fit. But it feels like this is a vehicle more to get them over and to help them with their careers than it is to necessarily tie back to Bray. And if we were going to tie back to Bray, we would put in Alexa, we would put in Eric Rowan, we would put in Braun Strowman. You might even put in Matt Hardy. I mean, you know, the Deleter of Worlds was a tag team with Hardy and with Bray. So, you know, you might want to do that as well. You can't really do all of it. So I think what they've gone for is a balance where you've got some nods to the past with Eric Rowan and maybe Alexa, and then you've got a few new faces to kind of give them some purpose and allow them to, you know, kind of start their careers off thanks to this. So again, a blend of old and new, of established and experienced with up-and-comers and inexperienced. So I think that's why we've ended up where we've ended up. There's not really, I suppose, room for everybody. You know, it's already a big group. To chuck in Alexa, chuck in Braun, chuck in Matt Hardy. I mean, it would be unsustainable to have a group of that size. But I don't know, Alexa even more than Braun feels like a weird omission. Braun had sort of established himself on his own, hadn't he? He came through with the Wyatts, but then, boom, for the longest time, he was off on his own. I feel like he has broken free and has been away from Bray for quite a while. And I know we revisited it in 2020, but that was just us revisiting it. I think if you could have him in the group, it wouldn't feel weird, but it doesn't strike me as an issue that he's not in it this time, right? But Alexa, it does, because Alexa, it just changed everything about her, and she didn't really break away. You know, even when we saw her at the Royal Rumble after her match with Bianca back in, 2023 was it? Royal Rumble 2023? You know, she was being, like, harassed by Uncle Howdy. He was still popping up and making his presence felt. And I think I'm right in saying that was the last time that we saw her, was, you know, Uncle Howdy kind of making his presence felt in her build towards her match with Bianca, and then at Royal Rumble as well. So fast forward, here we are in April of 2024, May of 2024, and she's about to come back, right? She's been putting work in the gym, so seems like she is, you know, starting that process. Probably time for her to return as well. She's been away for quite a while, and she's not a part of this, and that just feels really bizarre, doesn't it? Not even considering some of the clues and things that have been in the QR code. Forget the fact that people think that A stands for Alexa, or that people think that they could hear her voice in the recent QR code. Forget that, right? Just the fact that she's not a part of it anyway is just bizarre. So I think you're right in the sense of, could it be that they're going to try and find her? Is that going to be their first objective? Could it be that she comes back and they, like, you know, try and establish this new group, and then they go after her and try and recruit her or attack her and basically bring her back over to their side? I just can't see her not being a part of this eventually. But at the moment, I don't think that the PW Insider report is wrong. I just think that maybe the plans are she won't be a part of this from the very, very beginning, or she won't be in the group from the beginning. But as you said, maybe she's the lost sheep that they try and find. Nile, shout out to you, my friends. Thumbs up and a smiley face as well. There's lots of joy around this evening as well. Oh my god, we're already 48 minutes in. How's that happened? 48 minutes in already. The flip. So Nile, shout out to you. Planet Dan, shout out to you. Charles, Wayne, Defcon Prime, Miguel, Carl and Dawn, Freddie Cougar, Mark Firefly Forever, Leapin Luchalani. Shout out to all of you guys. LZS said, do you think when Rhea comes back and starts her feud with Liv that it would be a better ending if Liv won the feud to potentially have another big women's star? So I think that the numbers are going to kind of dictate that. You've got a little bit of a problem in the sense of there's a lot of women, right? And there's a lot of people that we can get behind, and Liv is definitely one of those. I don't know what the numbers are saying at the moment in regards to YouTube views or Google searches or merch sales. Like, you know, bottom line is, if you feature someone more, they'll perform better, right? Because the more they're used, the more famous they are, the more they get seen, the bigger star they're going to be. So the more that you use someone like Liv, and we're doing that this year, you know, she keeps getting to like the final of things and just falling short. I think she was the last woman, wasn't she, to get eliminated in the Battle Royal. I think she did well at the Rumble. I can't remember if she was the last woman or not, but she has been. And so she's been putting up these really good performances, but just falling short. And I think that they've done a decent job of building her up. I was surprised that we didn't find something for her at WrestleMania, right? I can't remember seeing her at WrestleMania. Now I'm having to go back through my head, but she obviously wasn't involved in any of the title matches. But I think it's probably because they already had Becky Rhea in their minds. They already knew that was the match that we were building towards long time ago. The question was, did you put Liv in there as a third wheel? And to be honest, I'm quite happy they didn't, because I'm not a massive fan of triple threats and fatal four-ways. I don't think that adding people into matches makes matches better. I think, actually, if anything, you run the risk of the matches getting more chaotic and a little bit more devalued, right? So I'm not the biggest fan of triple threats and fatal four-ways. I will always choose a singles match over those, and so for me, I was quite happy that it was just Rhea and Becky, but it's a shame that Liv still missed out. I think it was just timing. I think her injury meant that she wasn't part of those initial WrestleMania plans. So what I would say is, to answer your question, should she win so that they've got another women's star? I think she's a decent sized star anyway. I think she's, if we were to introduce an Intercontinental Championship, I don't think anyone would have a problem with Liv winning that and having a run with that, right? For me, she is firmly in that kind of mid-cards, champion kind of range. And honestly, I expect her to get world title opportunities on a fairly consistent basis. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if once, twice a year she's getting like a world title opportunity, because I think she's kind of starting now, more so than ever before, to kind of really get herself in that conversation and really get herself in that mix. But the question is, if she was to beat Rhea and win that feud, does she then become a bigger star? The problem for me is, how do you do that and make it credible when Rhea is so big, so strong, so over? She is so popular. I mean, the problem is that a feud with Rhea means that Liv is going to need to be a heel. She's going to have to be a heel because Mommy is so over. Rhea is maybe the closest we've ever come to that Becky moment where Becky had her nose broken and was standing on the steps and there was blood coming down her face. Like, I feel like Rhea and Mommy's always on top and all this kind of stuff. Rhea, to me, is kind of really getting to that level. You could see Rhea main event in night one of WrestleMania with her eyes closed. Rhea versus Bianca, easy. Main event night one. I mean, if you really built it, maybe you could get it to main event night two. But she is really popular. She is really over. And so for Liv to win that, she's not going to get the love that I think people think she's going to get. I don't know that it's quite as easy as beat Rhea and then you're a bigger star, because people love Rhea. They love Rhea. So I think if Liv's going to do it, she might have to do it as a heel. And that's going to be quite interesting to see Liv as a heel. And then it will be interesting to see, how does she beat Rhea? Does she, if she's a heel, do it clean? Is she going to cheat? If she cheats, does she then get the full benefit of winning the feuds? Do you see the problem? I can't see Liv beating Rhea clean as a face. Can't see that happening. So what's the alternative? The alternative is that she's going to have to cheat to win. She might even be a heel to do it. And then does she really get the full benefit of winning? If you cheat to win, is that going to help you become a bigger star? So I don't know that it's as simple as let's have Liv win, she'll be a bigger star as a result, because Rhea is so big, she is so popular, that I just can't see the crowds booing her and supporting Liv over Rhea. So she's in a bit of a tricky spot, to be perfectly truthful with you. She's in a really tricky spot. She could really do with being in a feud with someone that people hate. She really needs like a monster female heel. Someone like Nia, right? Someone like Nia that Liv could like go in and have a feud with, that the crowd would fully be behind Liv with. I think Liv's problem right now is that the fans aren't fully behind her, because people love Rhea. So, they were booing Liv when she came out. When Rhea had to forfeit her title, people weren't cheering that Liv had got one back. They were booing Liv that she had got her revenge and it had cost Rhea her championship, and people weren't happy about that. So honestly, I could dissect this for ages because I think it's fascinating. I really think it's fascinating. Yet Becky said, and I've said it a few times at WrestleMania, Becky made the comment that if Rhea is meant to be a heel, she's the worst heel in the history of wrestling. Because she is loved. I mean, even Becky was in the ring with Rhea, and the people were chanting for mommy chants as Becky was standing there kind of looking confused. And Becky is like, you know, one of the biggest females we've ever had. So it's really difficult, to be honest, to find the right way forward. I think there's a bit of a black cloud hanging over Liv, because I think she has made Rhea forfeit that title. I think that's something that fans don't massively like or appreciate, and I think, like, as a result, people are a bit like, not sure about Liv right now, not sure about her. I get why she's done it, because she, you know, Rhea attacked her and cost her, like, you know, months and months and months of her career. But we had kind of moved on. People had moved on. That was in the past. Now, you know, Rhea's just main evented Australia and she's super over. She's just had a big win against Becky at WrestleMania. She's cool. She's sexy. And now here's Liv coming back and ruining it. Coming back and derailing this Rhea Ripley title reign. So I think that has bothered people, to be honest. So how would you now take Liv where she is now and get her over and get her to that next level? Add in the fact now that we've got this whole Dominic and Liv thing going on as well. You know, we all saw Liv and Dominic coming out of that room backstage, you know, in the background. That was something which really caught people's attention. So now all of a sudden people are questioning, you know, is she now stealing Dominic from Rhea? And if she's doing that, listen, if she's stealing Dominic from Mommy as well as taking the title off her, she's turning heel. That's heel. That ain't a face thing to do, is it? That's full-blown heel. So it's, you know, are they looking at this thinking we can get her to where we need her to be or where she should be by turning her heel, having her give no flips and just really going in that direction hard? Because if that's the plan, I'm here for it. I'm honestly here for it. I'm here to see what that looks like. Turn her heel and go 100 miles an hour in that direction. She's took the title off Rhea. The crowd didn't like it. Now she's maybe taking Dominic. I mean, I want to see where that leads. I want to see where that goes. I honestly don't know how that plays out. I don't know how does the crowd react to Dominic and to Liv. I mean, I'd imagine they would boo because people love the Dominic-Rhea relationship. So it's good, isn't it? It's really interesting. It's really interesting. So LZS, shout out to you. It was a good question and one which I think we could really chew for a while, but feels to me like we're going 100 miles an hour to Heel Town. Nile said, Days, I was referring to the tweet that you accidentally put out. Yeah, I was responding to someone with 3 thumbs up and it just posted it onto my feed instead, which was a bit strange. But right, what else have we got? If London, England wants a WrestleMania and is willing to pony up the money, WWE President Nick Khan and his team will be extremely receptive to the idea. What's the money, though? How much money is it? So, yeah, I mean, look, that's what it's going to take. It was never going to be... we said this at Money in the Bank, right? And I think it might have upset a few people. You know, John Cena came out and said, you lot deserve WrestleMania. And all of us that have the ability to think logically went, that's not happening, right? And the reason why we said that is because there is a dark, dirty side to wrestling, and it's called money, right? Money is the dark, dirty side to wrestling. It's why there's a Prime bottle slapped in the middle of the ring, right? It's why we have dude wipes written on the screens when we're trying to watch matches at WrestleMania, yeah? money makes, like, you know, the wheels go round in WWE. It's why our good friends in Scotland have to pay like £500 to get a ticket to sit, like, you know, in what is a very average seat, right? To go to Clash at the Castle. Money makes the world go round. So John Cena coming out going, "You deserve WrestleMania," was never going to result in anything unless there was some money involved, right? And there was no money that was seemingly going to be involved. So until we got some money being invested or being, like, offered up, we didn't expect, or I didn't expect, WrestleMania. Now Sadiq Khan, the London mayor, has come out and said, if I get re-elected, I want to bring the Olympics, I want to bring the Super Bowl, I want to bring WrestleMania, I want London to be a sporting capital of the world, right? Brilliant, amazing. He got re-elected. I don't think it was for those reasons, but he did get re-elected. And so now, of course, people are going to hold him to that. People are going to ask questions of, right, when's the Super Bowl? Good luck with that one. When's the Super Bowl? When's WrestleMania? Well, now he's going to have to spend money, isn't he? Now that he's said all this stuff, now he's going to have to come through. Now things are different. Now this is interesting, yeah? Now I'm willing to sit here with my UK friends and say, Summit's happening here. Summit could very much happen. If Sadiq Khan is a man of his words, and we know that politicians aren't, but if the mayor of London is a man of his words and is interested in bringing these massive sporting events to London, and the budget is there, which I don't know it is, but if it is there, WWE seem open to it, and it could happen. I would say now, probably more than ever, I feel like London has a real chance at getting WrestleMania. Now more than ever, it's got a real, genuine chance at getting WrestleMania. Not saying that it's happening, just saying that for those reasons, there is a chance now. And it has nothing to do with John Cena coming out at Money in the Bank last year. It's got nothing to do with that. So, yeah, I'm obviously going to keep an eye on that, but we unfortunately can't get carried away just yet on it. We'll have to see how it plays out. We can't start trusting what politicians say. James said the UK government don't spend money for their own English people to make life better. Never mind spending a shizload for a wrestling event. Well, yeah, we'll have to see. It might just be another one of those examples of a politician saying some stuff and then not following through. But of all the times that I've seen WrestleMania and the UK linked, this one definitely feels like it's got more potential than any of those other occasions. So I'm gonna dare to dream a little bit. I'll have a little dream about it. I did get asked earlier if it was going to come to London, would you go? And I was like, no. I would go to WrestleMania World. We better get that. And they better have all the good stuff, right? I know that it means flying it over. I don't care. Put it on a boat and start sending it now, right? I want the Funhouse set. I want the SmackDown fist. I want all of that, right? I want an elimination chamber that I can have my picture tucked inside of, right? I want all of it. So they better not skimp on the WrestleMania World part of it. But then as soon as I've been to that, I'll come back and stream it. Do the live stream with you guys. So yeah, I wouldn't go to it, but I would still be very excited for those that can. And what I would say to my English friends, my UK friends, my European friends is, if this is going to happen, it's going to cost a flipping fortune. So start saving now, because even if we get it in 2030, you're going to need to start saving now. Clash at the Castle is like £500 for a ticket, right? Could you imagine what WrestleMania will be? We're going to have to remortgage our houses, yeah? You know how the French fans were like all jumping up and they were all crazy, yeah? Well, the UK fans will just be in tears as they remember how much money it's cost to be at the show. In the crowd, just be a load of people. My wife's left me. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't have a house anymore. It'll just be like 70, 80,000 English folk just in tears. That'll be the UK WrestleMania. TBH said if Cody turns heel, it won't be for at least a year. Maybe more depending on how long they have him keep the belt. Yeah, I don't see a Cody heel turn anytime soon. I think he could turn heel at some point before he retires. But I agree. I think we're going to see this run out first and take it from there. I'm also going to change the poll question over because I think we've got our answer to that. It seems like you lot are in line with where I was as to who's going to win. Is it going to be Gunther or is it going to be Sheamus? You lot have said Gunther, 77%. So let's ask the question, who wins out of Lyra and Asuka? Do they go with Asuka, who's got the experience and could have a good run in the Queen of the Ring? She's never won it. But then we've never done many. Or do you go with the new girl who was just NXT Women's Champion, who's just been brought up? People don't know too much about her on the main roster. Do you give her a big statement win and have her do well in this tournament so that, again, we're building a new star? Which way do we go? I think this is tricky. But let's see how you lot feel. Do we go Lyra or do we go Asuka? Missy said India would be awesome. Rupee dollar conversion is terrible, so tickets couldn't cost much. Yeah, maybe India could. Perhaps, you know what? All joking aside, if it was in India, I've no doubt that would sell out super quick, but it still might work out cheaper to do it in India, and for the UK fans to buy a ticket, a flight and a hotel might still work out cheaper than if we have it here. So it might be better for us if somewhere else has it compared to if London gets it, because London prices are mental anyway. If you've ever been to London, I mean, I suppose it's like all major cities, major capital cities that have a lot of tourism, the prices are inflated. So, you know, a beer and a burger and all that kind of stuff, it's going to cost you a hell of a lot more in London than it is in Manchester or Liverpool or Birmingham, right? In fact, the company that I used to work for, and I think most companies do this, if not all companies, had something called London Waiting, right? And that meant that if you work for the company in one of their stores anywhere in the country, you got X amount of money an hour. If you worked in London, you got a much higher wage an hour. They pay more just because you're in London, just because things cost a lot more in London. So ticket prices in London to go to a WrestleMania, mate, I daren't even think. The only thing is, if it's in a stadium, maybe they'll be a bit kinder, because obviously if you're in an arena, there's only so many tickets that can be sold. So maybe they feel they can get away with pushing the prices up. But if you're in a stadium and you've got to try and sell 70, 80,000 tickets rather than say 15,000, perhaps they'll be a bit kinder on the pricing. But I don't know. It is a big talking point at the moment. Right, Jake Campbell, shout out to you, my friends. Jake Campbell said, do you think the QR codes might get a bit more juicy leading up to King and Queen of the Ring? I don't know what you mean by juicy. I'm guessing we're meaning a bit more concrete, a bit more definite, a bit more definitive, a bit more, oh my God, that definitely means such and such is part of this. The only thing is, though, that if that report is true and has leaked, if they do a QR code that kind of tells us Dexter Lumis is going to be a part of it, how exciting is that going to be? Because we know, don't we? You know, that's the problem with that now, is the conversation has moved on. Anything that's going to tease. What would be good is if we could see what Lumis is going to sort of look like, even if it's just a quick flash, or just a glimpse of a mask that we've not seen before. Anything that shows us what's coming and the way that they're going to be presented, anything like that could be awesome. So I would definitely love that. I can't see why we won't get things like that as we get towards King and Queen of the Ring. But does this leak from PW Insider, does that ruin some of the stuff that's coming? I mean, I'd imagine we'll get a QR code on Mondays and Fridays. I don't think we'll get them on Tuesdays. I think the only reason we got one on NXT was so that you definitely tuned into Backlash and got the QR code from that. I don't think this means that we're doing QR codes on a Tuesday, right? So I think Mondays and Fridays. So that would mean there's probably another, 6, maybe 7, because I think there's 3 weeks. 2 shows a week, that would be 6. 7 if you include the go home NXT as well. So maybe 7. Maybe 7 more codes, QR codes that are coming. So if there are 5 members, we could tease like each person in a different person in each one. And then of course we need to use some to then build to King and Queen of the Ring. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what their strategy is going to be. I don't know that they're going to do it that way, but you could do it that way. But the big thing for that final week is to really hammer home King and Queen of the Ring. I think you're going to see a lot of 25s. I think you're going to see a lot of things that link to Jeddah. Where is it? There might be a lot of stuff that links to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Where is King and Queen of the Ring being held, though? What's the name of the stadium or whatever arena? I don't know if it's a stadium or an arena. King and Queen of the Ring 2024. It is in the Jeddah Superdome. 35. Wow. 40,000 inside a dome. That's amazing. The Jeddah Superdome. It broke 2 building structure records. It's now the largest continuous, non-segmented, non-openable dome. That was previously held by Caesars Superdome. And it's the world's largest geodesic dome. Let's go! I don't know what geodesic means, but it's the world's largest one. It's the world's largest geodesic dome, and it is also the largest continuous, non-segmented, non-openable dome. So maybe there'll be teasers of domes and Jeddah and human rights violations. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to tease. But I would imagine a lot of things will point towards King and Queen of the Ring. LZS said, Days, rumor is that Jay is going to replace Drew tonight in King of Queen of the Ring match. So it could be Finn versus Jay. That would be fun. That would be good. The date was hidden in the QR code, said Big Time Bex. It was. It was the URL for one of the audio files. And it was done in Roman numerals, and it was 5/25, which is the 25th of May, which is King and Queen of the Ring. You are correct. Uncle Howdy is King of the Ring, and Queen will be Alexa, said Jeremy. Is James still on his year-long campaign against the Glazer family, said Aubrey. James, are you still campaigning against the Glazers? Please respond. When the tickets for Vegas likely go on sale, said Big Bad. I don't think they've announced. I can tell you that I remember a couple of years ago, we did a party. We did a celebration to launch the tickets, which I believe was around July time for WrestleMania 39. And it had its own show on YouTube. And we did we do a watch along? We didn't, but I wished we had, because I watched it and I was like, God damn, I didn't realize it was going to be this big. It ran for like 2 hours. It had about 3 matches, and it had Snoop Dogg getting given his gold belt for the first time. He gave some I think they were death row chains to Becky and Bianca. We had that fluffy comedian guy, Jojo Siwa, was on Miz TV on this thing, right? And it was inside SoFi Stadium, and they had fans in there, right? It wasn't like full. It was just a ring kind of over towards the sides. They probably used about 1/3 of the pitch of the field, right? and they had people on the field around this ring, and they had a stage over to the side. So to give you an idea of how full this thing was, it wasn't very full. It was just like a third of the field had a ring and people around it. And but it still looked like a really fun, like weird little show. I love things like that, because those are the kind of things that not everyone will see. People will watch the pay-per-views, the premium live events. They'll watch Raw, they'll watch SmackDown. But will everyone watch the press conference from Las Vegas? And look how big that turned out to be, right? But will everyone have watched that? Will everyone have watched that WrestleMania 39 ticket launch? Probably not, right? So I love stuff like that. It always feels like it's a gift to us hardcore WWE fans. It feels like them going, here's some extra matches and moments for you. So that's why we always tune into the kickoff shows, even though they are pretty awful. Like, you know, we'll continue to do that. And I've said before, it always reminds me of 93 when Lex Luger slammed Yoko on that warship. I mean, that was just amazing. And that was not on a Raw or anything. That was its own separate thing. So it always reminds me of, you know, things like that. So, yeah, to answer your question, I don't know when they go on sale. But if I think back to when the tickets went on sale for WrestleMania 39, it was about the July the year before. So I'm guessing they'll probably run about the same. So, but I don't think that information's out yet. I can have a quick look because I know that they've got it. I know they've got it here. But this past April, WrestleMania 30 became the most successful and highest grossing event in the company history, breaking the previous gate record set by WrestleMania 39 by 78%. With 145,000 in attendance, WrestleMania delivers more than $200 million in the economic impact. Additionally, official WrestleMania 41 priority passes will be available through Partner on Location, offering fans premium seating, hospitality events with superstar appearances, exclusive photo opportunities, and more. Starting today, fans can place a deposit to secure access ahead of the general public. To learn more about priority passes, please visit, and then there's a link to the site. Additional ticket details and event information will be announced in the coming months. To learn more about registering for pre-sale opportunities, please visit www.WWE WM41 pre-sale registration. So if you go to WWE.com, there's a banner at the top, and what I just read is in that text. So no real information other than there's priority passes and there is ticket information on the way soon. Jose said, did you see the mistake they made when they let the women's tag team champion lose belts, but it wasn't the right person pinning in the match? Yes and no. I mean, if that was a mistake at the end of the match, when the match ended, then no, I didn't know that. If it was during the match with Kyrie, then yes, I saw that. The Kyrie moment, as we said at the time, was crazy because she went for the pin. Referee said, no, you're not the legal person. So then she went for an armbar, and it's like, no, if you're not the legal person, you can't do that either. So, and then she went over and tagged Asuka, which she didn't need to do because she wasn't the legal person. So she didn't need to tag out because she wasn't the legal person. Technically, at that point, she had tagged herself in. But then she went and stood on the outside, so the whole thing got confused. I think they were in a flow. I think they were in a rhythm. I think they were going about doing whatever. I think they lost track as to who the legal person was. I think the ref did the right thing, right? A lot of people were blaming the ref. No, it's not. No, the ref has to uphold the rules, right? And it's the wrestler's responsibility to make sure that they're aware as to if they are the legal person or not. The ref is right to make sure, because if the ref had allowed it, someone somewhere would have gone, the wrong person was pinned. She wasn't legal. She wasn't the legal person. That result shouldn't stand. Blah, 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 right? So you're just creating other problems for yourself. So the ref is there to uphold the rules, and that's what he did. Now, if he made a mistake and didn't see a tag was made or something, that's a different conversation. But no heat on the ref from me. He's there to make sure that the rules are followed. And if they lost track of where they were, that's on them. But if you're telling me that the match ended with another example like that, then I'm not aware of that. But if it was the Kyrie one, then we did get it at the time. How do you feel about QR codes and suspects? How do you feel about QR codes and suspects? I don't know what you mean by suspects. I think QR codes are very entertaining. I enjoy them. I know many of you enjoy them. You know what I'm going to say, because we always say it. I do think that it can distract from the show. I think that dropping it later is better. At least in a 3-hour Raw, give it us at, say, the start of hour 3. That way, hopefully, we can watch 2 hours, and then, we can do the QR codes, and then we can be sorted and back by the main event, right? Because for us here, we have to sort of cover it live and do it live, because we can't QR codes and where does it lead? What does it say? There's so many people that want to talk about that, and there's so many people that are engaged with that you can't just go, nah, I'm going to leave it. We're going to watch the show instead, because everyone here will be off doing it. And, you're caught between a rock and a hard place. There's some people that want to just watch the show. There's some people that want to do the QR code, but more people in our community want to do the QR code. So it is a balancing act, a juggling act. That's why I think for this campaign, I've been a lot more chilled with it personally. For White Rabbit, we were like really digging in, and it really would derail the whole thing. I am a bit more aware of not allowing that to happen so much. So this is why, when it drops, I try to tell you it's dropped, or you sometimes tell me because I've missed it. And then we wait to see what comes through. And as things are coming through on social media, I'll show those to you, give the credit where it's, deserves to be. And I'm a bit more chilled with it this time. And to be honest, I'm enjoying it that way. That way, I'm we're still getting the information. We're giving credit where it deserves to be. But we can also hopefully not get as distracted with the show. So there's a bit of a balancing act there. In regards to the quality of the QR code itself, I think the videos in this campaign have been so good. I think they've been so atmospheric and scary. Genuinely, like, you could see them turned into movies. I mean, that bride and the disguised muffled voice, and like the way it's shot in the corner, it's got a bit of like a Paranormal Activity sort of vibe to it. I really like it. I think the videos for this have been fantastic. The only thing I'd say is that we've had games and we've had other things before. We haven't so much had that this time. I did really like that one where you could type words and get an answer. I thought that was excellent. Type a word, like Bray, and it came up with like forever and all that kind of stuff. I thought that was good. I'd like to see maybe a bit more of that, where it's a bit more interactive rather than just watching videos, But I don't know. Who knows what they've got lined up? Who knows what's coming up over the next couple of weeks? Undoubtedly, there'll be more. But this has not felt to me, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but this has not felt to me like it has been a massive step down from White Rabbit. It's just felt like a continuation of White Rabbit. I would say there's elements actually in this one I've enjoyed more. And then maybe there's a few things about White Rabbit that I preferred. But overall, it's felt just as entertaining, just as gripping, just as compelling, just as good. And I think considering Bray is not around to steer the ship, if you will, to give his input, this is all being done by, I'm guessing, Triple H. Rob Fee, I think, is playing a massive part in this. Rob Fee, who played a massive part last time, so maybe that's why we've got the continuation. And it's a shame in a way, because he won't get the credit he deserves. But Rob Fee is someone that was brought in to kind of oversee and help with that kind of character development and that kind of White Rabbit campaign. And my understanding is he played a big part in it. And I've got to think he's doing that again now. And it's been just as good. So, yeah, I think it's been really, really enjoyable. Really enjoyable. A. Jobson said, Dijak, Gunther, Reed, Braun, Bron, Ivar, Ricochet, Sammy. There's too many. It's stacked on Raw. The Mayor of London did win the re-election, said Tom. He did. Did you see... Oh, we read that one. Nathan said, I'm one of the people that loves the QR codes. I love the Wyatt family. I came back to wrestling in 2015 because of Bray. When he died, it was hard. A part of me died. I came here to share my excitement. Well, Nathan, you are very welcome, my friends. And that is something that I would really just encourage, that people share their thoughts, their theories. The only thing we ask for is honest opinion. That's it. Honest opinion. And... obviously, you know, respect each other's opinions. But I just think that this should be a bit of a safe place for people to express their thoughts. And the other thing as well is, I know that I talk and go off on tangents, so I don't always get to be in the chat as much as I would like to be. I've tried to counter that by doing opinion videos. That way, I just sit down for half an hour to an hour where I just read people's comments for that period of time, and obviously share my own thoughts or elaborate on anything that I think could be elaborated on. And sometimes people ask questions and I, you know, try to answer those with things that I've seen throughout the day or things that I've read from different sources. And yeah, I mean, that to me has been a massive benefit, a massive plus, so that we can make sure that we are getting to the community. But there are, I think what the Hall of Fame is showing, the Community Hall of Fame is showing, is that we have a community of people that love hanging out. And so your comments are seen by other people. There are like hundreds and hundreds of people that are here and they're reading the chat. They are seeing what you type. So it's not just about me reading things out. When you're talking, you are being seen by hundreds of people. So I think that can sometimes be forgotten, that this is a community of people and there is not just me here. There is hundreds and hundreds of people. And I think that's why, you know, when we do induct people into the Hall of Fame, it's lovely to read the messages of people saying like, oh, I love such and such. They always make the chat such a great place to be. I love such and such. They always bring such positivity. And it shows me, and hopefully those that read those comments as well, that your comments are seen by so many people, even if I don't see them. So I love that. I love the fact that we've got that community and that people's thoughts don't just go to waste. You know, they're out there and people can see it around the world. But David said, funny that with all the WWE and AEW cuts, I have news. My school cut 10 positions. I was going to be next on the list, but they decided to hold. I'm going to be back next year. I am now playing my exit. David, shout out to you. What do you mean? Your school cut positions? What in like a sports team or something? What's the context of that, David? I couldn't listen to the song White Rabbit. That is how hard it was, says Nathan. Wow, Day's program has updated to self-awareness, said Dorknight. Yep, there's been an upgrade. Snap Ace said, it was funny that some of the fans who have been booing Roman Reigns for all these years actually want Roman back. I think, you know, there's always been the accusation that fans are fickle. I think, to be honest with you, I don't know that that's true. I'd like to think it's not true. I think what happens is, I think there is a respect for people. And I think it's how they're used and how they're booked that can cause reaction, right? So if someone is going to keep winning matches because of outside interference, like Roman was doing, or that he's not going to show up as often as people would like, and he's not going to defend the title as much as people would like, that's going to get a reaction. And those reactions are how people are feeling in the moment, right? It doesn't mean that they don't respect Roman and that they don't appreciate Roman and they don't love Roman being a part of WWE. You know, when they're booing Roman and wanting him to lose the title, they're not also thinking, I hope he goes to AEW. I hope he leaves WWE. I think that there is a respect that is there, but the reactions don't come from that far down. The reactions come from a more surface level of how are they being used at the moment, what's happening in the storylines, what's happening in creative, blah, 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 blah. And so I think that, you know, the fact we hardly saw him, the fact that he was always having bloodline interference meant that reactions came from that. But now that he's lost his championship, now that there's things going on in the bloodline and it looks like Roman could be turning face and people are thinking, well, we could do this, we could do that. And people are now starting to look at the creative that's emerging. There's an excitement that has come back in. And that's why people are like, yeah, I want him back now. So I don't know. The fickle thing is an interesting thing, isn't it? Perhaps because the reactions come from a surface level. That's you know, there are people out there that just hate, like, you know, not at a surface level, they just hate people, but I don't think most fans really operate that way, to be honest. There's not really any wrestlers that I hate, like, you know, with my being. Like, I can't really think of anyone, to be honest, in WWE. Can't think of any wrestlers that, like, I just never want to see them succeed. I absolutely hate them. Genuinely can't think of anyone. My reactions to them winning or losing tend to come from how they're being booked and what's happening at the moment. I think that's probably true of most people. But I'm sure we do all have people in the wrestling world that we do have that next level below hatred or maybe even passion for. You know, doesn't matter how you book Sami Zayn, I'm always going to root for him, right? So, you know, there are those that just go that little bit deeper. But I think for the majority, for me, it's at that more surface level of how are they being used at the moment. So, yeah, I think that's the reason why. I can't even read that. Yellow on yellow. Come on, YouTube. How am I meant to read that? Gold on, like, gold. How am I meant to read that? So, Ryan Trestaine, is that how you pronounce it? Trestaine? Ryan Trestaine, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Ryan says, Days, when do we see Roman back? I think SummerSlam. And when do we see CM Punk back? I think fairly soon. He's had his brace off. We're seeing him on TV. I know that the return, I mean, he picked up the injury in the Rumble. I mean, I think that the injury should have him out for a good 6, 7, 8 months. I think we should be looking at like July, August time. But to be honest, I mean, he's around in the gym and he's doing stuff and he looks very comfortable. We're already into May. I think we can get by with a few shows where he just promos. I mean, do you remember on Raw, he was in the box and then Drew went to go to him and he'd gone down to the ring. Like, we can get by with a few weeks of doing that. So we can have him on the show, but him actually wrestling, I think I would say not May, but I think, you know, once we start getting into June, I wouldn't be too surprised if at some point in June we maybe start doing something. He seems to be making fantastic progress. I mean, everything at the moment seems to be on track. He seems to be very happy. So I'm thinking not yet. It would feel a bit too soon. But once we start getting into June, in regards to Roman coming back, I think SummerSlam. I think that we'll start doing the build for that. I can't see him being in Scotland. I'm sorry, Scotland. But I can't see him being in Scotland. Can't see him being at that arena show. King and Queen, you'd think there'd be a chance of him being there because it is in Saudi Arabia. They are spending a lot of money. But to be honest, I don't see it. I don't see him coming back and then not being around for the Scotland show. Like, bringing him back and him going away again. I don't know about that. I think there's a chance that we start the build towards SummerSlam. So my guess is, when is SummerSlam? When is SummerSlam this year? WWE PLE 2024. SummerSlam is August 3rd. Money in the Bank is July 6th. That's in Canada. So could he come back at Money in the Bank? Could he come back at Money in the Bank? And then that means that we've got pretty much a month of building towards SummerSlam. I could vibe with that. I really can't see him being in Scotland. Cannot see Roman being in Scotland. I could see him making an appearance at King and Queen of the Ring, to be truthfully honest. I could see that. But I can't see us bringing him back and then having him not do Scotland and then doing SummerSlam. So I'm thinking closer to SummerSlam personally. But there's no word on the street. There's no word that he's on his way or anything like that. Will we ever see Roman CM Punk one-on-one? If so, when and where? I'm sure we will, yeah. I mean, now that CM Punk is back, I think that there's, lots of dream matches for him, and why would you not do him, Roman? I mean, that's got to be one of the biggest matches that you can do. The only thing is that if Roman's going to be turning face, that obviously makes it more difficult to do it, because CM Punk's a face, and there's no sign of him turning heel. So it does make it a bit more difficult. But when Roman comes back, he might not be coming back as a face straight away. Obviously, I don't know what the situation is going to be. But I was thinking that it would be him against Seth at SummerSlam, because I think he could blame Seth for him losing his title at WrestleMania. So it could be Roman Seth. And then we do Rock Cody at SummerSlam. So that's where my head was following WrestleMania. Nothing's really changed at the moment for me. I haven't heard anything about that Rock's definitely not going to be at SummerSlam or Roman's definitely not going to be at SummerSlam. The only thing is that with Jimmy being kicked out, and things happening behind Roman's back, Roman obviously is not going to be happy about that. We don't know who the tribal chief is. If Roman comes back, will he find out quickly that he's no longer the tribal chief? Will that have big repercussions if he comes back? So it's hard to know with Tonga Loa coming in. It's hard to know how all of this fits together and what SummerSlam is looking like, because, things are getting pretty hectic and crazy, aren't they? So what I would say is, if we're going to do CM Punk Roman, it would feel like we're going to have to do it sooner than later, because if Roman turns face, that means that him and CM Punk is less likely. But I think there's still a good chance that when he comes back, he doesn't come back as a face straight away. He could come back as a heel and then be turned on. And I'm down for that. I'm down for that. I'm down for him coming back as a heel and the bloodline pretending everything's great, everything's fine, and then boom, he gets turned on. That would allow us to do maybe a couple of matches of him as a heel first before he's then turned on, and then we start a whole program with him and Rock, him and Solo, and we start going down those roads. So it's hard to say when are we going to do a CM Punk one, because to be perfectly truthful with you, I don't see that being a priority. I don't see that. I don't really see that in the short-term future. I think that he is now going to engage in a program and a feud with Rock. I mean, Roman Rock feels like it's locked for next year's WrestleMania. So it's hard to know how we're going to do Roman CM Punk. But for me personally, I would bring Roman back as a heel. I would then have him, in the bloodline, and I would have us waiting for that turn. It's coming. You just don't know when it's coming. You don't know how it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. I think I'd rather do that than bring him back as a face, because Roman coming back is a big deal. And Roman turning face is a big deal. So that's two big deals. I don't know that I would put them together. I don't think I would bring him back as a face. I think that you bring him back and then do the face turn as a separate thing, because they're two big things and they can be two separate things. So I'd bring him back. I'd turn him face further down the road, and then boom, we're off to the races. So can you get a feud or a match with CM Punk before he's turned on? I don't know. To be really truthful with you, I don't know. I really don't know how long we're going to have, how much time we're going to have, or even if we have any time, because there is every chance he just comes back as a face. You know, there's every chance that Paul Heyman gets attacked. Paul Heyman lets Roman know that things are out of control, lets Roman know that Jimmy has been attacked, and boom, Roman comes back as a face. There's every chance that happens. And if Roman comes back as a face, it's just very hard to see the CM Punk match in the very immediate future. So, yeah, I think we do see it at some point, though. It's hard to imagine us not doing CM Punk against Roman, because you're talking about arguably two of the biggest stars that they've got. You know, I know Cody's in the mix as well, but... Gregory said, I find it hilarious that Roman fans want him back already. When fans called him out for not being around when he was champion, we were told that it makes him special he's not around. Yeah, I mean, I agree to an extent that it makes him special. I don't need to see him all the time. The problem for me personally was I think that belt should be defended every 30 days, and he was not achieving that. So for me, I don't need to see him every single week. I think this is because when I was growing up, you never saw the champions every single week. If you go back to those old Raws and go back to those old shows, you rarely saw the champ on TV that much. They used TV as a way to get you to go to the house show. If you want to see the champions, go to a house show, buy a ticket, you'll see the champ there. But on TV, you got mid-carders, and of course there was big names in the main event and sprinkled throughout the show. But yeah, you didn't see the champ every single week. So I kind of grew up with that. And I know that things changed during the Attitude Era as there was a real scramble for ratings, and, you know, you'd see Stone Cold all the time. But for me, I'm still old school. I'm still that kid that grew up watching wrestling in the early 90s. So I was okay with it. And I'm okay with him not being around now, to be honest with you, because he will come back at some point, and it's going to be a massive moment. Just like when Rock comes back. I think wanting Roman is exactly what should be happening. People wanting Roman is what needs to happen, because when he does come back, that's when that real emotion, that real relief, that kind of let's go, that will hit. But that's not going to hit if you see him every single week. So there is a balancing act. There is a balancing act. How can you miss him if he never goes away? But then how long away is too long? And unfortunately, that's a different answer for different people. There's some people out there that would have the champs on every single week. There's people out there that would just see him once a month. There's people out there that might even see him less than that, right? So there's a whole sliding scale as to where people are. So for me, as I said, I think as long as that belt gets defended every 30 days and the champ can be on TV to make sure that he's building up towards the premium live event match, like as long as he can be on TV once or twice to have a segment with the challenger, then I think we can use the rest of the time to try and figure out who the number one contender actually is. And then, of course, there's going to be periods like the build to SummerSlam and the build to WrestleMania where you need them around more because the story needs to be a bit deeper. You can't just have, like, you know, Cody turn up on that go home show of SmackDown to like confront whoever is facing at SummerSlam. The story is going to need to be deeper than that for SummerSlam. But you know, for a B show, you can get away with not being around so much and actually use maybe some of the other stars to kind of carry the weight of the show a bit, and then that's going to help them, isn't it? Because the thing with Roman is when Roman's on the show, he tends to be in the intro. He tends to be seen throughout the show. He'll likely make an appearance at the end of the show. Like, there's a good chunk of TV time that goes to Roman when he's on the show. That's TV time that's being took away from other people that would help them kind of establish themselves. So, yeah, this is where there is that balancing act. I don't think there is, to be perfectly truthful with you, a one-size-fits-all. I don't think it's as easy as saying, right, well, you do this. This is the structure. I think it comes down to what story is being told, and it comes down to how much you need them for that story. So it's a hard one, really, to give a direct answer to, when I think it is just on a story-by-story, creative-by-creative basis. But yeah, I think a lot would agree that Roman was not around enough. He needed to be around more. But I wouldn't go as far or as crazy to say it needed to be like every week, because I do also subscribe to the idea that the champ shouldn't always be around. And in a way, that's, I suppose, a little bit of a concern with Cody, because Cody is going to be seen every week on SmackDown. I've no doubt he'll be there all the time. And it's kind of like, can we tell enough stories to make it interesting? Or is it just going to be, you know, here's Cody again, here's Cody again, who's Cody again? Whenever we got Roman, there was always a spike in interest, wasn't there? Because people wanted to see what was going to happen. Roman's on this week. And so people were extra excited. If Cody's going to be on every single week, you're not going to have that. People aren't going to be excited that Cody's on because Cody's on every week. So you lose that boost. You lose that, oh my God, it's Roman this week. Gotta watch SmackDown. You're going to lose that. And that's a big thing to lose. So the only way you're going to get it is if The Rock's on, or if Roman's coming back, or if the story takes a big turn, like, oh my God, I've got to tune into SmackDown. Cody's going to respond to Triple H. Do you know what I mean? So it's really difficult. It is a balancing act. So we'll have to see how they use him. It's going to be an interesting challenge, actually, having a champion on every single week like Cody, compared to when it was Roman, and seeing how they book that. Right, where are we with time? We've got 13 minutes to go. So Ryan, shout out to you. And Wrestling Russ said Punk is great at being a heel too. He is. That's very true. And he definitely could do it. I just think the fans absolutely love him at the moment, though. It's very hard to make an argument to turn him heel and have the fans start booing him. Same with Cody as well. I mean, I feel like there's a few people like Drew that can be heels or faces. I think Seth could be a heel or a face. I think there's a long list. The vast majority, right? 90-odd%, if not 95%, can be heels, can be faces. It doesn't really matter. But CM Punk and Cody feel maybe like the big two that I just don't think you can turn at the moment. I just don't think you can turn, because I just think that the fans absolutely love them right now. And I've got to think that that's reflecting in merch sales, reflecting in views, reflecting in Google searches. It's, you know, business is booming. Things are really, really good. And I think even Roman you can do as face or a heel. Roman you can flip around. I think The Rock you can flip around. People love The Rock. If he's a face, it'll work. If he's a heel, he'll work. Cody and CM Punk, for some reason, are just two that I just don't feel very comfortable with the idea of turning at the moment. So I would keep them faces, definitely. I would definitely keep them faces and kind of see where we go. But who knows? Next year, you know, I'm sure Roman will be a face, and maybe next year is, you know, we will have kind of got past the fact CM Punk's back. I think part of the problem is that we've just built up Cody with the whole finishing the story. People absolutely love him, right? And for CM Punk, he's not had a match. I think I'm right in saying that he has not had a match on... Has he had a match on TV outside of the Rumble? I mean, I feel like he competed at house shows, but have we actually seen him competing on Raw? I don't think we have we? So I don't feel like we've got that, oh my God, CM Punk is back out of our system yet, because we haven't really seen it. We haven't really, you know, got used to it, because we're sat here in May and we've still not really got to experience it because of injury. I think that's it. I think had we seen CM Punk now and kind of got a bit more used to it, perhaps I'd be in a different headspace. But because we haven't yet, I think that's why I'm still in this kind of, no, I don't want to turn him, he's a face, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, this time next year, once we've had, you know, plenty of CM Punk matches, TV matches, feuds, moments, perhaps it'll feel a bit more like, yeah, we can do something now. So if Roman's a face and we turn CM Punk heel, yeah, perhaps we do get that feud with that dynamic, and that could be quite interesting. Evan said Jey Uso is going to replace Drew tonight. It's going to be Jey Uso, Finn Balor. I wouldn't mind this match. It could be a great match, says Evan. Brony said, yeah, he has only competed on house shows. I think that's it, to be honest. I really think that's why I'm feeling that way, because he's back, but I just don't, I haven't seen it, if you will, or I haven't got to really enjoy it and see it and get it out of my system yet. So let's get some feuds going, some matches going, some PLE matches, some Raw matches, more segments. I want to enjoy his return. And how crazy that we're sat here in May and I'm still saying that because of this injury, of course, which he suffered in the Royal Rumble. But it's a blessing and a curse, really, because I feel like he still feels so fresh. I still don't feel like we've done anything with him, yet he's been around for a good 5-6 months. So it's kind of a blessing and a curse, really. So, yeah, I don't think it'll be too long until he's back. He's certainly seeming in good spirits and seems to be moving well. So, and we know that he was in the gym at Titan Towers too. And he said he gave it a 9 out of 10. Said it was one of the best gyms he's ever been in. I'd love a tour, actually, a proper tour around the new headquarters. I've not seen that. I've not seen a video that shows us around the new headquarters. Like, you know, what does the reception area look like? I'm guessing it's that foyer with Andre the Giant, but I don't know. I've not seen the reception desk. I've not seen... I don't know how many floors there are. I don't know how the floors are separated. I don't know what department's on what floor. I don't know. It was nice, actually, just even CM Punk running around. He was showing us stuff I had not seen, like Bruce Pritchard's office and the fact that Bruce Pritchard has got pictures of himself as Brother Love in kind of a bit of a waiting area before you go in to speak with him. There's a bit of a seating area, and it's got pictures of him as Brother Love and whatever. So, you know, that was his. I'd love to see Nick Khan's office, Triple H's office. Where's that, you know? I think we might have seen that, actually, a few weeks ago, and it had the belts outside his office, all the old belts. So, yeah, it would be good, man, if there was, like, someone that could... I'll do it. If anyone from WWE is watching, I'll do it. I'll go around. We'll have a good look at, like, what's there. One part of it, do you remember? I think, was it Mega Morant sat down with Triple H? They've got a wrestling ring set up at the headquarters. I think it's always set up. It's always there. I'm guessing it's when they've got, like, sponsors coming in for meetings or whatever. It's kind of like, it's a bit cool, a cool thing to show off. There's a wrestling ring, you know, this is what we do. They've got that always set up. He was going in around and opening fridges, open refrigerators, and there was, like, yogurts and drinks, and he was like, these fridges are just dotted everywhere. And we also saw that snack down, didn't we? Do you remember that? I don't know if he found that. But there's an area that's got coffee machines and pastries and other fridges and all this stuff. And it's called Snack Down. So I don't know where that is. I don't think he found that place. But that was an image that was released when they first moved over to the new headquarters. So yeah, I'd love a little video, having a little tour around. It's Blue Fusion said Sheamus versus Gunther, Lyra versus Asuka, Ricochet Ilja, Zoey Stark versus Ivy, Natalya against Iyo, Kofi versus Ray, Drew versus Finn. Well, that Drew versus Finn has changed. And honestly, I've not seen Kofi Ray mentioned on the website. There was another one as well, which wasn't mentioned on the website. Perhaps they just missed them. I don't know. Haven't heard of anything being cancelled other than Drew being injured. So, don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, you know this crowd's going to sound like a flipping library compared to France. Honestly, prepare yourself. Mentally prepare yourself. This is going to sound dead compared to France. Alex said, damn these commercials. Fresh eggs from the chicken. Fresh bread from the oven. Fresh sausage from Jimmy Dean. WTF? Dude, I don't know what you're watching. I think it's a porn. I don't think that's a commercial. You might want to change the channel. But PW Insider said Alexa wouldn't be in the faction. According to them, it's Bo, it's Gacy, it's Rowan, it's Dexter, it's Nikki Cross, said Mr. Cardinal. Evan said, I wonder how he got out. He teased a picture of an arena that looked like a locker room, and in minutes it was deleted. Recently? I think he is there. He is expected to be at Raw. He said as he was going around that he thinks that he might go to Raw. And to be honest with you, right, I do think this was probably set up. Right, I do think that they said to him, "Look, come and do the kickoff show, and then afterwards, how about you, stay the weekends? Like, we'll put you up in a hotel because actually Raw is there on Monday. So if you're doing the kickoff show on Saturday, doesn't really make sense you going home and then coming back for Monday. Why don't you? We'll put you in a hotel. You can do some videos pretending that you're stuck in the headquarters, and then you're around for Raw, right? Because I believe it's in the same area." So I think that was what's happened, right? I don't think he did stay the night. I think he stayed in a hotel, and I think that he was just having a bit of fun online. So I expect him to be at Raw. I think that's the whole reason as to why he's still there, is he's there for Raw. In the video, of course, he says, "Oh, I think I'll stay for Raw." Well, I expect you to be at Raw. I expect him to be at Raw. And I think that if he has teased a bit of a locker room earlier today, I expect him to be there. So I don't know what he's going to do, though. Drew being injured kind of derails things, really. As I said, my understanding is that Drew's injury is one that he suffered at WrestleMania. It's one that's kind of took him out of action in the short term. I don't think it's going to derail Clash at the Castle. And I don't think we were doing Drew CM Punk anytime soon anyway, because Punk's out injured. So at the moment, he might just come out and gloat about Drew being injured as we continue to clearly build these two. I mean, I think we're all expecting Drew, CM Punk, SummerSlam. That's what I'm expecting. Drew versus CM Punk, SummerSlam. If I was to book SummerSlam now, I'd say that. I'd say Roman, Seth, but that could change. Could be Roman solo. And I think Rock, Cody, but it just depends if The Rock's free. Rock Cody at SummerSlam. That'd be amazing. Amazing. But right, let's go down. What if all the stuff is really the return of sanity? I'm just saying. I mean, it's not, but what if? Said Mikey. I like the fact you said it's not in your own question. What if this is the return of sanity? I mean, it's not, but imagine if it was. Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's not. Eric Young is over in TNA, isn't he? He's doing stuff over there. Killian Dane's not signed or even rumored to be signed with WWE. So, yeah, I think the sanity thing's done. Plus, also, she's expected to be, obviously, in this new group, this Bo group. We don't know what the name's going to be. I don't know if it is going to be the Wyatt 5, Wyatt 6. I don't know. We'll have to see when they debut. I don't mind Wyatt 6, to be honest. We never quite got the answer as to what that was. People were saying, is it his different personas? I think it might have been revealed, if my memory serves me right, as that it was his family. It might have been his, actual family. But a lot of people wanted to see that on TV as part of a storyline. So I wouldn't have a problem with it being called the Wyatt 6. But we don't know that that's the name at the moment. Lots of 5s are being teased. Perhaps it's the Wyatt 5. The Wyndham 5. Right, we're about to go over to the show. I had a rough day, said Chris. I'm looking forward to Raw. I fell out an attic and I've injured my shoulder. I hope nothing's broken, but it is sore as heck. Chris, I mean, You don't do that. Don't do that, but don't go falling out of attics. That's clearly a bad idea. I would say the moment you decided to do that was the moment that you made a mistake. So, but no, I hope you're well, my friends. Rest up. If it still hurts, you might have to go and see a doctor. Might be that you do need a little bit of support. But we will give you that this evening. Right, here we go then. WWE Raw. They're just showing us Lyon, France. Lyon. The largest gate from 11,000 people. Lots of praise for the French fans. It was absolutely insane. And they love that chant as well, don't they? I saw there was a lot of people saying, oh, no, I bet there was more than just French people there. And I'm sure there was. But it's undeniable that there was lots of French chants. This was a very predominant French crowd. But I could believe there was English fans that had gone over, Portuguese fans, Italians, Germans, you know. It's quite easy to get to France, mainland Europe. So we're just seeing some of the results. Obviously, some big moments that went down. New women's tag champs. But I think I'm right in saying all the other champs retained. It's only 5 matches. But it was good. I mean, it had that sort of takeover feel, didn't it, really? Sort of had that takeover feel. That was always 5 matches. That was also done, like, within 3 hours. And, you know, every match would deliver, and it was just quality over quantity, and I think that's what we got at Backlash. Add in the fans and how crazy things were going, and then add in like the bit of star power, because there was star power. Cody was there, AJ was there, Bayley was there, Bianca was there, Jade was there, Randy Orton was there. What's crazy is that they could do a show like this like every few weeks. I mean, it felt very, you know, there were so many stars that weren't used. In a couple of weeks' time, we could do another show like that. With a load of stars that weren't used. Because there was no Becky, there was no Drew, there was no CM Punk. I mean, I know these people are, like, some of these are injured, but, you know, Rhea, for example, Liv, like, there's so many people that weren't even on this card. I wonder if we'll do that one day. I wonder if we did do that, actually, with the brand split before. Do you remember that? When we had Raw pay-per-views and SmackDown pay-per-views, and we were doing, like, I think we were doing 2 a month back then for a little bit. Can't remember what year that was. I want to say, like, 2017-ish? 2016, maybe. We were really pumping out the pay-per-views, man. We had Raw pay-per-views and SmackDown pay-per-views. 2 a month. But you look at this roster and you're like, you could totally do it now. Damian Priest pushing people around. Steven, shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friends. So, very close with this poll, but we need to end it now. Starting with Judgment Day. Starting with Judgment Day. So 55% of you say that it is going to be Lyra that wins. So Judgment Day are coming out. Are we gonna go straight into a match? It says Judgment Day on the graphic. Don't know if it's going to be a promo first and then a match. We know that Finn is going to be in action tonight. So it's JD, it's Dominic, it's Finn, it's Damian. Judgment Day. Finn, Punk. Finn, Jay. Queen and Kid. Look at that Macho Man. Ah, Macho Man in the front row. Oh my God. We've got the full bracket. Yes. Yes. That's it. Oh my God. That's exactly what I've wanted. A full bracket so we can map the whole thing out. Oh, amazing. So we're seeing the Raw side. So, McIntyre is out. So the winner of Balor and Jay is going to face Dragunov or Ricochet. Winner of Mysterio Kofi will face Sheamus Gunther. It's a proper big tournament, man. It's a proper big tournament. Right, it is a Judgment Day promo first. I love that graphic. Love it. I love it. Okay, so Damian Priest in the ring. Main event, Jey Uso. Yeets. Yeeting. Yeeting already. It seems to me the whole country of France loved him too. It doesn't matter. I'm still your champion. All rise for Le Champion. So he wants to speak about what went down with the Judgment Day. He was not happy. I don't even think he knew. I need to address what went down after the match. What went down after the match? That was on me. Is he sorry? So he apologizes to Finn and JD. You're my brother. So they embrace. I love Dominic coming in behind. Dominic coming over behind. So he apologizes. I wonder if they will accept. I mean, they have seemingly accepted it, but what if they haven't really? Guess who gets a first round bye? Okay, I'm sure he won't. First step in a prince becoming a king. Here's Adam Pearce. It's not going to be that easy. Who is that? Finn's like, who is that? You are not getting a bye. You don't run Monday Night Raw. Being crowned King of the Ring is one of the biggest honors. You've got to earn it. What happened at Backlash won't happen tonight. Your match is next. Jay. Yeet. Big cheer, loud cheer. Here's Jay. Jey Uso making his way down, and big reaction by the crowd. Obviously so over at the moment. So over. And look, people are getting their phones out to do it. In fact, they've turned the lights off. I think they are really trying to encourage that. Look at the lower level and how dark it is. It seems like they are turning the lights out. WWE are trying to encourage the phone thing. The American fans are not quite on board with it yet by the looks of it. There was only a couple of phones that came out for it. So, Finn versus Jey Uso. This is going to be our first match in the King of the Ring qualifying. We'll have a look at the bracket in a second. Main event, Jey Uso. Yeets! They did turn the lights out. I love that Macho King in the front row, man. Human Funko Pop. Mentioned by Michael Cole. Yeah, this ain't a France crowd, is it? Jay is so over, said Manny. America is trying to top France, said Robin. Do you know, I feel sorry for him, man. Any crowd that was going to try and follow that French crowd was going to struggle. Any crowd. So, look, let's have a look, shall we, at the brackets. I think these are so good. You got to remember, this is just one side as well. So this isn't the SmackDown sides. This isn't the SmackDown side. This is the Raw side for the men. So obviously it's not McIntyre anymore. It's Balor. It's Jey Uso against Balor. We got Dragunov against Ricochet. We got Kofi against Ray. We got Gunther against Sheamus. So I will probably do a video tomorrow where we kind of work all this out. In all fairness, we'll know by the end of tonight who goes through to the next round. I'm thinking Gunther. I'm thinking... I don't know if it'll be Ray or Kofi. I mean, it really could be that Carlito costs Ray, but maybe he doesn't cost him this week. So I'm going to say... but if you think Xavier is currently king, it would be a shame to lose a New Day member so early. Because, and so maybe Carlito does cost Ray in this round. I think I'm going to go Gunther Kofi. And I'm going to go Dragunov Balor. I think the reason why I'll do that is because if Dragunov gets through, do we really want to do Dragunov Jey? I don't think we do. I think Dragunov Balor, Gunther, Kofi. Gunther gets past Kofi. So Gunther gets through to the semi-final. Then you've got Dragunov Balor, which feels better than doing Dragunov Jey. Dragunov Balor, I'm going to go with... that becomes tricky. Dragunov, and then you get Gunther Dragunov. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? That makes sense. God, I didn't even think about that, but that makes sense. So then you get Gunther Dragunov as the final of the men's side. Oh, yeah, definitely going for that. Then let's have a look at the women, shall we? Is this the women? Where's the women? Here they are. So we got Shayna versus Zelina. We got Iyo against Natalya. We got Asuka against Lyra. We got Zoey Stark against Ivy Nile. Tricky, very tricky. I think I'm going to go Lyra, but I don't feel brilliant about that. I'm going to go Zoey, so that gives us Lyra, Zoey. Then I'm going to go Iyo, and I think, well, Io's a heel, so could Zelina get past Shayna? Iyo is a heel, so I kind of feel like I could do with a face. I'm going to go Zelina with a shock. She is queen, actually. She was the last queen. So, Zelina, Iyo, Lyra, Zoey. I'm going to go... Oh, Lyra Zoey is tricky. Iyo goes through. Iyo Lyra? Iyo Lyra is my semi-final. Iyo Lyra. I think Gunther wins for the men. I think... Do we do Iyo for the women? It would be a bit early to pull the trigger on Lyra, I think, so maybe it's Iyo. That's hard. That one's tricky. We'll dig into that a bit more tomorrow, but that's my kind of thinking. Zelina is the reigning queen, technically, said Eric. Yeah, that would be a shock, her getting past Shayna. I think Shayna would be the favorite, but just looking at that, if Iyo gets past Natalya, and I think she will. If Iyo gets past Natalya, I feel like she's going to need a face to go up against. I don't know that Iyo Shayna makes sense. Iyo Zelina, that does make sense in my mind. So that's why I've gone that way. I do love seeing these brackets, though. I can't, and I like the number of people that are involved. We wanted a nice big tournament. I mean, look at that. That is 8 people on this side, 8 people on the other side. That's a 16-person tournament. To be honest with you, I probably would have gone even bigger. I probably would have tried for 32. 32 men, 32 guys. Can we even do 32 women? I don't even know if we could do 32 women. But I would have tried to have gone as big as I possibly can, but no complaints with 16. Over in the corner goes Jay. We are back from commercial break, so let's put this up on screen, shall we? Jay versus Finn Balor. Yeet. I think Asuka will win. Damage control could cost Lyra, and then Lyra gets into a feud with damage control, says George. But I've got tournaments up to my armpits, says Zoey. Or Zoom, sorry. Okay, shots coming into the back of the head there by Finn. Sailor Queen said, I want Queen Zelina and King Woods to retain as King and Queen for this year. Since Kofi is entering the tournament to avenge his brother, I hope he wins. So, Balor in control. Jay down. Shot coming into the back of the head. He puts on a sleeper holds. Finn Balor is in control. Mine is the 10th. Take on NCAA basketball. 64 men's and 64 women's, says Davids. Yeah, well, if you think about it, we're doing like all the first round matches for Raw on this episode. We could do all the first round matches for SmackDown on Friday. It'd be nothing to do the second part of the first round matches next week for Raw and for SmackDown. And then, of course, we're getting into the next rounds. If you think about it, the semi-final and the final, I'm sure, will take place at the Premium Live event anyway. So we don't need to worry about the semi-final and the final. We don't need to do those on Raw or SmackDown. So it is just this first round and second round that we're doing. So I don't know. I'm sure they've looked at it and mapped it out and figured out like what they can do. But the great thing about this is that these matches matter. Someone goes through, someone is eliminated. So if you lose, you're out, you're done, you're gone. So it does mean that all of these matches have somewhat riding on them, and you always want that in wrestling. You always want your matches to matter. Plus, the more people that are in as well, the more prestige it brings to it, because, of course, you haven't just beaten 8 other people or whatever, 16 other people. You've beaten 32. So it makes it even more prestigious because you had to get through more rounds, you had to beat more people. Through the ropes goes Jay. Down goes Finn. So Finn down. Jay landing on him as Finn tries to get back up to his feet. Jay grabs Finn, hurls him back into the ring. Finn rolling out the ring over the other sides. Jay gets back down, is on the outside of the ring, is walking rounds. Jumps up and shot to the midsection there by Finn. So Finn in control into the ring steps. Oh, ring post goes Jey Uso. Jey Uso into the commentary table. And Jay goes down. Finn standing on that commentary table and is yeeting away with the crowd, but the crowd aren't happy. That's Finn mocking that. Shows off his guns, shows off his physique as we go to another commercial break. Nathan said, imagine Ilja getting called up and then he wins King of the Ring. That would be awesome. Imagine Gunther, Ilja in the final. Let's go. Look at Sean's recent tweet, says Kian. Look at Sean's recent tweet. Kofi Kingston, Rey Mysterio, Shayna Baszler, Zelina in King and Queen of the Ring will take place on live events. Ah, that's why they weren't shown on the official preview. Ah, that really messed my head up earlier. They'd all been announced for Raw, and then when we went to the official Raw preview, they weren't there. Do you know, I don't mind that. I really don't mind that. I think if you buy a ticket to a house show and you get to watch a match that has got something riding on it, right? That's really cool. It's not something that we do very often, but we've done it before. I mean, we've had title changes at house shows before. So, you know, it's not unusual for house shows to have moments and matches that actually mean something in storyline, you know. The other great thing as well is that we'll all be keeping an eye out now to see who wins those so that we know who's got through to the next round. So I really like that. I really like that. I think that's a good call. JP Ville said, when is Bisexual Kane debuting? When is Bisexual Kane? It's a good question. We've got Bisexual Undertaker in Damian Priest. So, I don't know. Has he got a long-lost brother? Maybe we can retell the Undertaker-Kane story exactly the same. No differences. But only this time with Damian Priest and whoever will become Bisexual Kane. It's a good question, JPville. Someone had to ask it. And you should be proud that it was yourself. LS Dub says, hello all. So LS Dub saying hello to everybody. Hello. Ribby, shout out to you, said Days. I hope your Florida trip was amazing. It was fun, thank you. It was. I'm so pleased to have done it and come back. I mean, I've got like. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I mean, I've just got like all these folders now for all these like different toy hunts. I've got 27 folders. 27 folders. One of them is like, a few of them are the different toy shops that I went to. One of them's GameStop. One of them is Hogan's Beat Shop. One of them is Ollie's. One of them is Retro Rat. One of them is Walmart. One of them is FYE. Like, you know, one is Best Buy. Like, there's just all these different folders for all the different places that I went to. And, yeah, I mean, I can't wait to, like, get going with that stuff. So, it was good. It was hectic. It was busy. But now I'm back and I've got all this footage. I can't wait, man. I can't wait for you to see this first one in particular, actually. This first one, which I'm thinking will drop Thursday, I think will blow your mind. It blew my mind. If it blew my mind, I can only think it'll blow your mind. Drop kick there by Finn. But that's in the future. We're focused on the now. We're focused on Jay against Finn. Battling away in the first round. If you are just joining us, we know that this is going to be very heavy with first round King and Queen of the Ring matches. And they look good. the matches as well. Thankfully, these aren't just, you know, rubbish opening round matches. They're tasty matches as well. They're good matches. And as we said, they matter. They matter. This is who's going to go through, who's going to be eliminated from this King and Queen of the Ring tournament. Right now, we've got Jay. And obviously, as people get eliminated and we get further into it, that's when other storylines will be mixed in as well. So it won't just be... I think for this week, it's going to be quite heavy King and Queen of the Ring. But obviously, it won't be that way going forwards as we whittle our way through. Big shot coming in there by Jay, giving a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Boom! Another big shot as Finn Balor goes down. Jay looking out, going over, charging into Finn Balor, gets dumped to the outside of the ring. Top rope, enziguri there by Jay, climbing up. Love the Macho King in the front row. I love how Finn takes that crossbody, you know. The crossbody looks so much better when the person taking it jumps before the person lands on them. Finn actually jumps, and then the person doing the crossbody hits Finn mid-air. They don't just land on Finn as he's standing there. He sort of jumps into it. And it just makes the impact look so much better. There we go. Look, Jay yeeting away is back in the corner. Finn Balor slumped down as Jay charges over. Big clothesline there by Finn. Obviously, we need to score this match when it's done. We are gathering that data. Kicks coming in there by Finn. Original gangsters really into spooky pro wrestling, says Trini. Shout out to you. I feel really low down. Feel really low. Balor planting Jay. 1, 2. Can I move myself? I should be able to. Is that better? Don't know if I'm too high now. Oh my god. I just don't know what's right. Is that better? That feels a bit better. Charging over, gets caught. Oh, lands on his feet, against the ropes, goes Finn. Clothesline, duck underneath, kick to the midsection there by Jay. Lovely open palm strike into a super kick. Balor goes down. Jay going to the outsides. He's going up top, looking for the splash. Is it going to connect? No, doesn't connect. Balor charges over, drop kick. Jay goes down. He's in position for the coup de grace. So Balor going to the outside, going up top. Finn Balor in position, tries to come down. No joy. Spear there by Jay. 1, 2. Kick out by Finn. Finn Balor kicks out. Who is progressing? That is the best way to take a crossbody from the top, said Rick. I like Jay, but Dragunov against Balor would be a better off match. Drew McIntyre has arrived. Balor rolls up Jay. Sling blades. CM Punk, loud CM Punk chants. Spear there by Jay. 1, 2, 3, and Jay wins. Wow. Jay wins. Didn't expect that. Didn't expect that. Honestly, didn't expect that, because if Ilja wins in the next round, doesn't that mean we're doing Ilja versus Jay? I don't quite see how that works. And as soon as Drew came out, I felt pretty good that he was going to interfere. So, yeah, that definitely didn't go the way I was expecting. Let's see what you thought about it, though. So, surely Dragunov wins. That means we're going to do Dragunov versus Jey Uso. What you cooking? What you cooking, eh? What you cooking, Triple H? There's Ivy Nile. Is it Ivy Nile? Ivy Nile, yeah. Ivy Nile backstage. There's Zoey as well. That's coming up tonight. That'll be a good match, man. Both of these two absolute powerhouses. Becky Lynch is in the house. Becky Lynch arriving. WWE. So Finn Balor is out. I imagine Drew was meant to win this, which is what would have kept it heel versus face for the next round, says Adam. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe Drew would have won. Although, even if Balor had won, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, if Finn had won, that would have been heel versus face. If Drew had won, it's heel versus face. Perhaps this one is just an example of, you know, we've got a big star. We don't want him to lose in the first round. But perhaps we've planted the seed as to what's going to cost Jay in the second round. I don't know. It's hard to be down on Ilja versus Jay. It's just a bit of a strange match. But as you said, it's not the match they would have planned anyway, because Jay was not meant to be in this anyway. So it's one of those, isn't it? JPville said, are they going to push Ilja to the moon? I think he'll push himself, to be honest. I mean, Ilja in NXT UK got himself massively over. And then he went to NXT, he got himself massively over. He's someone that was NXT UK champion. He was someone that went on to become NXT champion. He's just so focused and so intense. And, you know, talk about putting the work in. I mean, I don't see how he doesn't succeed. I don't see how he doesn't succeed. He's someone that is so good in the ring, so passionate, so intense. You can't ignore him. You can't take your eyes off him. He'll push himself. He'll push himself. He'll get himself over. So I've got no worries about Ilja succeeding. I think he'll be a great success. I don't know that he's going to go on to main event WrestleMania and things like that, but if you want that underdog, you know, if you want that sort of Sami Zayn underdog type character, Ilja can do that. Ilja can be that. He's the not the short guy, but he is smaller than like a Gunther, of course. He's certainly no Hulk Hogan or Ultimate Warrior, so he is on that smaller side, but he brings such intensity, such passion. I'm very excited to get going with him, so we should be seeing him later. I don't know what Triple H is cooking, but this driver and his woman he be kissing looks like his sister. They be cooking up some inbred stew. Oh, a little bit of inbred stew. Okay, we're going back to the show. King McIntyre with a title shot at the castle would make sense. Now that you guys have brought it up, says Rick. He's out. It's not happening. It's done. It's over. We need to dream other dreams. Right, we are going back to the action. We've already had 33 minutes, believe it or not. That match has got a good rating. And all-time 14. So it is 96% good. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes in theaters on Friday. Okay, here we go then. We're back to the show. And we've got a little look at Clash at the Castle and a little look at Gunther, Sheamus, and what an absolute banger that was. September 3rd, I think it said, 2022. Oh, yeah, he tried there, but couldn't do it. Gunther with an absolutely massive, monstrous clothesline. Getting the victory in one of the best Intercontinental Championship matches we've ever seen. Gunther Sheamus in the first round. We're getting that tonight. Tonight. So good. Okay, we're backstage with Drew and Adam Pearce. We've got to keep an eye in the background, man. There's a couple of people talking there, actually. Who was talking in the background? Who was that? I don't care about my arm. I just taped it up. Everyone thought you was fine until you told everyone you wasn't. Screw you. So he's getting into his car. It's a lovely car. Look at that. Look at that. Oof. Oh, hello. Oh, God. Early QR codes. Early QR codes. Oh, look at this. And CM Punk arrives just as Drew drives away. Oh. Where's Drew? You just missed him. Can you get the truck to play my music? Oh, they've dropped the QR code at the same time that we get CM Punk. What's this? What's this? Witchcraft. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. There's Chad Gable berating Alpha Academy. CM Punk tells Chad, take it easy on them. Look at this, man. Look at this. We're following Punk all the way out to the ring. Ah. Brony said, screw the QR code. It's clobbering time. How cruel is that? How cruel is that? How cruel can you be to drop a QR code at the exact same time CM Punk comes walking out? I mean, they must be laughing their heads off backstage. Do you reckon if you scan the QR code, it just says, watch the show? Don't worry about it. You shouldn't be doing this. You should be watching CM Punk. So, Punk tells Chad to take it easy as he was berating the Alpha Academy. Okay, so CM Punk coming down, getting into the ring. We know that Drew McIntyre has just left. Just left. What if Punk is the 6th member of the Wyatt Six? Okay, CM Punk in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. And we'll have a look and see where we are with the QR codes. We are Punk and personality. Well, do you know what? Perhaps we're just doing it early and just doing it. Get it out there, get it done. Let's scan it and see what we've got. So the code, the word is 3QXSRPH. I don't think we've really found much with those codes, have we? It does change to derisive. Derisive. He only got out a few hours ago. I drove straight here to be with you maniacs. Oh my god, it really goes down. There's a thing at the bottom. I mean, that scrolls. I'm sure you found it. But once you actually go down, you can go all the way down, and then you get the Nightbird at the bottom. I wonder what that's saved as, that file. It's saved as 5 Evicaria. What if we go? What if I stay here long enough for Drew to come back? He just left. Get your phones out. Tweet him. Tweet him that I am live. And if he's not a coward. What's Evcaria? What the hell's Evcaria? This is great. Hold the bird logo down. Well, if I hold... I mean, I'm on my phone. If I hold it down, then it does give me the PDF as Evcaria. Should we have a look, see what that is? I haven't even watched the video. I haven't even got to that bit. Oh, it's Greek. Is it? I will hold this show hostage. Drew DDT'd me. It so hard it busted my arm. So he said he was heartbroken. I thought Drew had ruined my WrestleMania. But I had a good cry about it. I realised Drew didn't ruin anything. I can do everything. I'm a 5-tool player. That means I can do anything. Drew McIntyre's just a tool. For weeks and months, I had to tune in and listen to this guy. He prayed for this. He picked a fight with the pettiest man on the roster. Did you mention that CM Punk announces that Lyra versus Asuka is next? No, I've not seen him say that. I didn't hear him say that. So he's talking about what Drew's been saying. He's a hater. All he does is talk like me and sit in the ring like me. Do you hate me or do you hate yourself? He's still waiting for him and he's not returned. Drew, you prayed for this, and I broke your elbow. Next time I see you, I'll break your face. And then I'll break your heart. Oh my God, he's going to take him on a date and not call him. After. Well, there we go, Punk. That was very paint by numbers, wasn't it? I'm going to find you. If you make me go to Glasgow, Scotland, I'll be hiding in a bowl of haggis. And I'll pop out. Drew fears Punk sign. Punk sits in the corner waiting. He looks at his watch. Well, he kind of suggested that he was going to hijack the show. I'll wait all night. And then he didn't. Right, backstage you got Ricochet. Ricochet. Here's Braun. I will always stand up for the little guy. Go get him, kiddo. Okay, here's Iyo. So Iyo next, she's taking on Natalya, I believe. Okay, this is definitely going to give us an opportunity to have a look at that QR code. There wasn't actually much from that Punk promo, I didn't think. It was fine and it was worth a listen, but it wasn't essential. It was just basically, I'm coming for you, blah, blah, blah. Right, clicking on the Nightbird saves a puzzle to your phone as a PDF, says John. Okay, let's have a look, shall we? I think the best way to tackle this is to go down notifications, because you know as soon as it dropped, there will be... Right, okay, we got up to this bit. Right, what I'm looking for is QR code related things. Mercy and Huskus were at the top when Bray's entrance door was. Okay, I don't know what that is. Preparing to debut. Bray must be fan. Bookmark everything, said Sammy. Interesting face of a demon from the Firefly Funhouse match. That was an hour ago. It's 52 minutes ago. Right, how long ago was it? It wasn't that long ago, was it? This, oh, okay, 13 minutes ago. There we go. So here, boom, dropped. There's the QR codes. Okay, so that's the QR codes. QR codes. Is that just going to be the QR code again? QR code, yeah. QR code leads to... Okay. Boom. So that's just the address for it. That's what's hidden underneath the video. It's 19 years in a metonic cycle. Oh, I bet they're going to start doing that, aren't they? I bet they're going to start doing that. I bet that... So it was 21 on Saturday, and now seemingly we're going to start counting it down. So years in a metonic cycle, 19. So that's what makes me think that we're now going to start counting down. QR codes highlighted under says years in the metonic cycle. QR code is wwe.com derisive. Beer, shout out to you. I'll retweet this because it's a video of the... This is it, look. So I actually haven't seen this yet. Drink from his suffering. Even now, you doubt us. But soon, you will understand that all we ever wanted was a chance. Oh, that's nice at the end, isn't it? Is that Howdy? Let's have a look at that again. Oh, I'm rubbish with the pause button. That looks Howdy, doesn't it, to me? That looks like it's Howdy. Should we watch that again? I want to get the... Even now you doubt us. So it said, drink from his suffering. Even now you doubt us. There's quite a bit said, actually. Interesting imagery, but soon you will understand. All we ever wanted was a chance. Sounded like a voice in that static. Yeah, it sounded like a voice in that static. Okay, derisive then. What does derisive mean? Derisive means... Let's put this into QR code. Derisive means mocking or jeering. It means expressing or serving for, characterized by derision. So mocking, ridicule. So it's clear that they feel like they're being mocked, they're being ridiculed. Jay Villa said under the video of the Uncle Howdy tease, it says years in a metonic cycle. We know the answer to that is 19. Apparently that's in the source code as well, years in metonic cycle. I'm guessing it's there so that it displays it underneath, so perhaps it has to be. I would be interested to know what else is in that source code. If there is anything else that is like jumping out that's in the source codes. Let's save that. And then Wicked Dust said, I found this down at the bottom of the screen. So people are saying that if you click on the Nightbird, you get this. Perhaps this is why they've dropped it early, so that we can get our teeth into it. I'm guessing that 11 is Y for you. So I'm guessing you have to put like U, and then under 11 under Y you put 11. So then any other 11s you put like Ys, and then you work it out. 17 could be L. That could be alone. So 17 could be L. 3 could be N. I think we could sit down and work that out, but my guess is someone's probably done it. I think we could give that a good go, but it's probably been solved. It's probably been solved by now. Howdy, yeah, Luke. I agree. I think that was Howdy at the end of the video. We are underway with Iyo and Natalya, and we are keeping an eye on that. But at the moment, we're just kind of working our way through these. Ashton says, whoa, we've got a code. We have to do it.
Look
so
at what I found. You scroll down, click this, it gives you this.
Okay.
Whoa.
There we go.
What I found.
I'll retweet that one. I like videos. Just helps people that haven't found it, like me. Metonic Cycle, this is what you get. 19 years. Brady, thank you. Jason. Some woman. Oh, that's Jessica Carr. Kojiko, shout out to you. Natalya going for a cover. This is what you get when you copy the text. So people are really into this Metonic Cycle one. Have we not actually solved this puzzle yet? Has no one solved this yet? I would have thought it would have been solved, to be honest. The QR code was a 42-second video from what I can see. Yeah, there is a theory that how long the videos are might mean something. There is a theory that however long they are. 1, 2, kick out there by Natalya. So there is a theory that how the length of the videos could mean something. Oh, good. We've gone to commercial break. That's good. Right. Okay, so we've got that. We've got this. In the latest, if you click the bottom right, you can see the Nightbird logo. If you click it, it takes you to this. Yes. 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 People are all over it. Oh, hello. Source code link. RBGY. I don't know what that is, to be honest. RB.GY. I don't know. Is that a website? Is that a website? .GY. I don't know. I don't know enough about coding to know if that actually is anything. Or is it always a website if it's https //? But that doesn't look like a website, does it? rb.gy. rb.gy. Can I search that? Hang on. rb.gy / I'm probably letting someone hack into my system by doing this, but I'm doing it. 5Z9. What does that do? Oh, well done. Well done. Wow. Wow. Let me tell you what, let me show you what it took me to. Took me to this. Bo Dallas not expected to be back on TV. That's what it took me to. By typing in that code, it took me to that. Wow. That's cool. That's really cool. I didn't know that that was would do anything. I almost didn't do it, to be honest. But that's really cool. So if you type that in, this rb.gy/H145Z9, it takes you to Inside the Ropes article from the 17th of October, 2023. It's a bit moody for them, isn't it? Because this takes you to an article back in October where it says that Bo is not expected to be back on TV in a campaign where we're on the verge of Bo being back on TV. I mean, you would like to feature in these things. That's like, you know, it was great for Penfold to be in it, but I don't know, this is so great for Inside the Ropes. An article saying that Bo's not coming back when he's literally on the verge of coming back. Right, love that. Love that. That's the only one that I've seen of people finding that. There we go. This is the page that pops up, says Holland. It's amazing, isn't it? It's awesome, man. That is awesome. OP, chat out to you, my friends. Looks like Uncle Howdy's trench coat. I agree. James, I followed you. Oh, hello. Someone found something here. Oh, they've done it, have they? You know nothing. Hell is only a word. Reality is much, much worse. Boom, 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 boom. And they've done it. Right. If Valkyria decoded from Uncle Howdy's tease, you know nothing. Hell is only a word. Reality is much, much worse. We still didn't do that, actually. We still didn't work out what a Valkyria... Fantastic job. Okay, I'm definitely going to add that, of course, to the QR folder. And, of course, the person that found it, Connor. Recognition. Boom. Lovely. Lovely. Do I follow Connor? I better. I do. Also, if you see the source code, the answer is 19. There are 19 years in the Metonic cycle. 19 days from now is May 25th. Yes. Very good. Do I follow you? I do now. Here is Uncle Howdy's hidden message tonight. We got a puzzle to solve. But what does that have to do with anything? What's that reference to? Oh, it's 19 days. Oh, I think someone's answered, maybe. 19 days till King and Queen of the Ring, so we think that's what that means. Okay, back to the action. That was good, wasn't it? I was enjoying that, having a little walk through my notifications. So, we've got some real good stuff there. Okay, so Iyo is going over against the ropes. Why don't you talk about Dreadmare? Because it's a fan channel. It's run by a guy called Josh, and he used to make videos like that on his own channel called It Begins Again. And people rumbled it and obviously knew that it was fake. So then he started a different channel called Dreadmare, and now he does it on there. So that's why, because it's a load of nonsense. Reversal there by Natalya. Reverse by Iyo. Iyo trying to get back up to her feet. She takes Natalya down. Rolled through there by Iyo. Natalya picking up Iyo, looking to deliver a sit-down powerbomb, and she does. Oh, kick out by Iyo. Damn, man. Tell you what, Natalya, this isn't a squash match. They're really going at it, these two. Really going at it. Let's go, girls. Do, 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 do. Let's go, girls. Iyo off the ropes. Oh, goes through the legs of Natalya. Oh, tries for a stomp, but no joy. Kai on the edge of the ring. She's shouting at Natalya. Natalya getting through for a sharpshooter. She's turning Iyo over. Oh, Natalya goes into the corner. Iyo on her feet. Going over to the other side. She's going to look to charge over. Double knees. Connects. Natalya down. She's going to get dragged over to the center. Iyo going over. Bouncing up. She goes up top. She's perched. She's ready for the moonsault. Connects. 1, 2, 3. So Dakota distracts. And Iyo hits that moonsault. So it is a win for Iyo Sky. Get in your scores as to what you thought about that. That's our second match done of the evening. Do you think it was all time? Do you think it was great? Do you think it was good? Do you think it was bad? What do you think about that? Match is done. As soon as we get to the next commercial break, we'll have a look, see if there's anything more from that QR codes. But I'm just scanning through now, and it looks like it is solved, to be honest. Can't see anything else kind of showing itself at the moment. But there we go. Iyo, Dakota, Kyrie in the ring. No Asuka. I've only just noticed. Where's Asuka? How are you, Edwards? Edward, I hope you are well. Days, Punk calling Drew a choke artist, but I'm a different kind of choke artist, is a reference to the Perry incident, says James. That's fun. Asuka injured. So Asuka injured, and so Dakota's going to stand in. If you suck, say what, and the crowd say what. What's this? Are we 8? I'm going to give you a warning for free. So that's a shame, isn't it? Because I was really excited for that Lyra Asuka match. But, I mean, Lyra Dakota will be good. But, I don't know, does that increase Lyra's chances? Or does it decrease Lyra's chances? So, Dakota replaces. And so it's going to be her taking on Lyra. Asuka injured for real. She must be. Yeah, she must be. Snap Arc, shout out to you. Days, watch those words. There is a glitch during the video. Something else shows up. Okay, we've got a little video package for Ilja. Undercover Manager, I think that might be one of the worst takes I've ever seen. The reason as to why that channel does so well is because people are under the impression that they're getting clues from it and they're getting things from it. It's very easy to run a successful channel if you're pretending to be something that you're not. You know, if I changed this channel and pretended I was Triple H, used an AI voice to kind of reveal secrets about what WWE were going to do next and make people think I'm Triple H, well, you know, that'd be an easy way for me to get views as well. I don't see where the credit should be given there if you're conning people, fooling people into thinking that you're something that you're not. I don't get that take. I really don't get that take at all. Zero fair play from me. I think it's a disgrace. So, little training thing here with Dragunov. He's going to be on Raw. Are we going to commercial break? No, we're going to Dragunov, actually. Dragunov is next. So, here's Dragunov. Okay, so we've got that 62%, 26%, 7%, 3%, so 97% goods for that second match. How did that compare to our first match? Ooh, just pipped it, you know. Just pipped it. Right, here's Dragunov. He has made his way down to the ring. So, Dragunov is taking on Ricochet, so that's going to be our next match. We might get a little backstage thing first. Ilja versus Dragunov? Ilja versus Ricochet. Got Dragunov on the brain. Here's Ricochet. He's getting his entrance. Just having a look to see if there's any other bits from the QR codes. Okay, so Ricochet, this should be so good. These styles are going to mesh so well. You've got the high-flying Ricochet, and you've got the hard-hitting Ilja Dragunov. The Howdy puzzle quote is from the movie Event Horizon. That's a great find. That's a great find. Okay, we are underway. Where's the speed title? Oh, well done. Yeah, he's got no speed title. That's a shame. He is the speed champion, so yeah, where is the speed title? Chopped there by Dragunov. He picks up Ricochet. Ricochet goes down hard there by Dragunov. So yeah, I like that. We just found that out about how this apparently was from Event Horizon. I think we might be able to... I think we can probably jump over, do a quick video. I think we've got enough. Have we got enough? We'll never know. Well, I don't like that. That's not what I wanted at all. That's way too big. That's what I wanted. Right. So, breaking news coming out of Raw. We got our first QR code following Backlash, and very much the theme of counting down towards the King and Queen of the Ring. That has continued. So, it flashed up really early during the episode of Raw, which honestly took me by surprise. I was thinking the reason as to why they were doing that was to get it out the way. Perhaps we've got some big stuff coming later in the show. But actually, after seeing what the QR code contains, I think the actual answer is that they felt this was going to take quite a bit of working out. It has now been worked out. So I think that might be the reason why we got it so early. So this was the moment. You can obviously scan it. If you don't want to listen to me talk, I would totally understand. You can scan this and go off and have fun. But if you want to see what was found, then this is where it leads. So when you scan it, you obviously get the URL. You click on that. When you click on it, towards the bottom, there is a little Nightbird logo. And if you press that, it then takes you to this. So this is a code that has to be worked out. And the way that you work it out is you try and guess the words. They've been pretty helpful with the first one. So obviously that looks like U. So 11 would be Y. And so you kind of do that throughout the alphabet and then work the code out. The code has now been worked out, but this, I think, is why it dropped so early, so that people could get their teeth into working this code out, right? So Heel says this is where the QR code leads to. So we've got a link to the QR code. So the QR code leads you to a video. And underneath that video, as we said, is the Nightbird logo. You click on that, you get this. And just below the video, directly below the video, and I've been tagged in this loads, a big thank you to everyone that tagged me in this, that found this directly under the video. It says years in Metonic cycle, right? Well, I don't know what that means, but the answer is 19. And that really continues the countdown towards King and Queen of the Ring. We know that on Saturday, the number 21 kept featuring, and it was 21 days till King and Queen of the Ring. Now, 2 days later, here we are. We're getting 19 being teased. So 19. I think we'll see this continuing as we count down towards King and Queen of the Ring. The countdown to that PLE has begun. So we had that hidden and we know what it means. The URL for the QR code was www.com/derisive. If you have a look at derisive, it means mocking and jeering. So Wrestle Your Mania, thank you for that. Dan, appreciate it as well, buds. So there's quite a few people that have been pinging things over, like Heel. Heel had a look in the source code and found that years in Metonic cycle. It's probably in there because it needs to be in there in order to feature here. So that's probably why it's in there as well. But it is in the source code as well. So Heel, shout out to you. So Wicked Dust finding this, as we said, this code which needed to be worked out. Obviously, we've got the video as well, which we haven't even got to the video yet. There's some really interesting stuff in there, including these final shots of someone in a coat who, as you can see here, Luke screaming the word howdy. I think that definitely makes sense. Howdy at the end of the video. I love this one, though. This has got to be one of my absolute favorites. Ian, shout out to you. In the source code, found this HTTPS. I didn't know what this was or that it was a website, but when you actually punch it in, it takes you to this article. So Project Johnny, shout out to you. This was hidden in the source code, right? And that was found for us by Ian, but Project Johnny, shout out to you, because this is where it takes you. Bo Dallas not expected to be back on TV, which is really funny because he is now. This article was from October last year, but that was hidden in the source code. So brilliant find by those people. And this is the first one that I saw of it being completed. So Anya, shout out to you. So it's you know nothing. Hell is only a word. Reality is much, much worse. That is what this works out as. So we've got the answer to that as well. It's worth saying that the code, the URL for that Nightbird at the bottom, that was a Valkyria. A Valkyria. I can't actually find the definition for that, so that's the next thing we need to have a look at as to what a Valkyria translates as. I actually think right now my theory is that that might be a U and the V is actually a Roman numeral for 5. I'm wondering if that is E-U-K-A-R-A. Hang on. E-U-K-A-I-R-I-A. I'm wondering if that V is meant to be a U, but they changed it because we know V is Roman numeral for 5. There we go. So there's lots going on. I mean, if you're confused, hopefully we're explaining this the best we can. We still haven't got to the video, so hopefully we're explaining this best we can. Connor, appreciate it, my friend, tagging me in that. Project Johnny, shout out to you. And it's worth saying as well that here, if you actually put in that quote that you solve there, then it comes back that it's a quote from the movie Event Horizon. So again, if we want to dig a bit further, it'd be worth looking at the plot of Event Horizon and seeing what that's all about. So with that being said, hopefully I've got the clip here. So Bia, thank you. Liv, shout out to you. This is the video. At the time of recording this, we are live during Raw. It is at commercial break. So because we're at commercial break, we will play this video. This is the final piece that I'm aware of at the moment. But this is the video, right? Bit spooky, as you can imagine. I'll turn it up. Drink from his suffering. Even now you doubt us. But soon, you will understand that all we ever wanted was a chance. It's cool, isn't it? They do these so well. It's cool, isn't it? Do you know what? I can hear an audio clip during the static. I think there definitely is more to explore here. I'm definitely interested in that words. I'm definitely interested in the plot for Event Horizon. I'm definitely interested if there is anything else hidden in the video. But I think as a starting point, as this was the QR code, this is the stuff that's been found so far. I think that's a pretty good complete picture, or not complete, but here is Ashton finding. So, you know, we said about at the bottom.
Look at what I found.
Click on it.
Down, click this.
Boom.
It gives you this.
So you click on that at the bottom, and then that's where that came from. You solve that, you get the quote from Event Horizon. And this was me congratulating Ian, and there, as he said, was the completed one from Anya. And there was the Event Horizon find. So there we go. That's where we are at the moment. Really, really good. Excellent work from everyone that's worked that out. And a big thank you for everyone that sent stuff over. Obviously, we'll continue to peel back the layers. And feel free to tag me in anything further that you find. Awesome. It's worth chucking that up. There's so many people. I know it takes a lot from the show, but we're at commercial break. The match is still going. And I know it takes away, but that really is something that, you know, people are desperately searching for. They're looking for answers. And there's people out there that really struggle with that as well. You know, kids that just don't even know where to start. I think we're quite lucky that we've gone through a White Rabbit campaign, and so we've got a good idea as to what to look for, you know? Okay, I'm going to get into the chat. I feel like I have ignored you guys for far too long, and I've missed you all. Right, we are going back from commercial break. So that's Nightbirds. 18 more days till this garbage Nightbird stuff is over, says Brony. Brony not feeling it. Do you know, there are people that don't like it. There are people that are struggling with it. Right now we are with Ilja and Ricochet still, so you've not missed anything apart from a little bit of action between these two. They're really giving these matches time to cook, aren't they? These matches have been given plenty of time tonight. Sadly, even though they've had time, you guys have still scored them as good, not great. Ricochet down and Ilja going over, trying to make the cover. Ilja gets his shoulder up right now. We're almost halfway through the show. Days, I'm off to bed, but enjoy the stream. I'm sending love and positivity, said Edward. Edward, shout out to you, buds. I hope you're well. Hope life's treating you well. Elizabeth said, Eureka is the name you create your personality and life experiences. Is it Eureka? Is that what it is? If you change the U to the V to a U, is it Eureka? Kick out there by Ricochet. When I put the spelling in with a V, it wasn't bringing me anything back. So that's what made me think maybe the V isn't meant to be there. But to be honest, you've seen the process. That did very much go on the back burner whilst we were looking at other bits. Chopping Ricochet away. Kick coming in. Akeem, shout out to you, my friends. Right, here we go. He's trying to get it up on his shoulders. Elbow coming in there by Ilja. Ilja gets back on his feet. Oh, that was a little bit wrong camera angle. Fell a little bit short. He's trying to get up. He's got him on his shoulders. Rolling Thunder. Oh, lands on top. That looked great. 2. Oh, shoulder up there by Ilja. Look at that dude with a winged eagle belt in the crowds. EST, hashtag Cody Crybaby. Shout out to you, buds. So, Ricochet, digging deep. Ilja, digging deep. Trina said, from what I remember in Event Horizon, it's about a crew who find a weird sphere on a ship. It's basically a portal to hell, and it possesses the main character. Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. A portal to hell makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Oh, big knee strike there by Ilja. Ricochet goes down. Yeah, a portal to hell would make a lot of sense. Oh, goes for a spinning back fist there. And oh, Poison Rana by Ricochet. Ricochet, springboarding, moonsault, but gets smashed in the midsection by Ilja. Ilja with Ricochet, picks him up, slams him down. H-bomb connects! H-bomb connects! Come on, Ilja! Come on, Ilja! Ilja pointing over at Ricochet. Oh, no, he gets caught! Ricochet, 2! Oh, come on, Ilja! Man, people are into this. People are into this. I'm into this. Ricochet is climbing up, digging deep. Oh, big shot coming in there by Ilja Dragunov. He goes over. He's got a hold of Ricochet, looking for a superplex. Hits it! Hits it! He's on his feet. He's backed into the corner. Oh my God, so good. Is he going for another H-bomb? He's got blood coming down his forehead. Oh, another H-bomb. I love that move. Oh, I so love that move. I so love that move. There's not loads to it when he delivers a H-bomb, but it's so good in the sense of it's like an exclamation point. It's like, just die, would you? Yeah, man. Let's go. That was so much fun. Let's go into the chat. Let's get the poll up. See what you lot thought of it. For me, that's the best match that we've seen so far tonight. Love the H-bomb. Let's go. That was a wholesome match. So, all-time great. Good's okay. Bad. Boom. Boom. Dragunov. Dum, 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 dum. So it's going to be Dragunov against Jey Uso, which is what we were thinking. Well, Dragunov, I wasn't thinking Jey Uso. Ilja Dragunov has arrived on the scene. Lovely show of respect between the two. Xavier Spicer said, Ilja Gunther, King of the Ring. Let's go, man. Sheamus is backstage. Yeah, I agree, Xavier Spicer. Jake Campbell said, click on the bird. I always try to, mate. I always click on the birds. They never click back. MLW Flash and EST Cody Crybabies. Thank you, my friends. Gifting some memberships to the channel. We're backstage with Sheamus. At Clash at the Castle. At WrestleMania, we had a banger. At Clash at the Castle, we had a banger. And tonight, I'm finally going to kick his arse. Gonna kick his arse. Okay. So, that was Sheamus, and we go to commercial. That's good. This is what I'm going to really miss, you know? It sounds a bit strange, but, like, I'm going to miss commercial breaks. It's good to just go, right, let's have a breath for a second, shall we? Eureka, a timely moment, good, favourable opportunity, says Carlos. Shout out to you, buds. To be honest, Days, do you think the Saudi shows are even remembered? Like, are they going to show Howdy there? Do you think the Saudi shows are even remembered? I think the Saudi shows are very important because of the amount of money that they spend. So I think that's why. we get the Saudi shows, and we get big things at the Saudi shows. I think they very much want that relationship to continue. You can totally understand why, because it's worth a lot of money. So, yeah, I mean, look, when they arrive, whenever they actually make their presence felt, it's going to be a big moment. And Saudi shows would definitely feel like a place where it could happen. It's not the place I would choose for it to happen, but it feels like a place where it could happen. Do you remember when, like, Bray was made to go over to Saudi and do a moment because the Saudis spent so much money and they wanted to see him? That was weird because we got his logo in the sky and everything, and that was all really cool. But the segment we got from Bray really didn't feel like it was a planned segment, if you will. It really didn't feel like that was a segment that was meant to happen. It actually felt like a segment we were going to get maybe on a SmackDown or something. It certainly didn't feel like a PLE type segment, you know. That was a Saudi show. But listen, they love this stuff, and I could totally see them wanting this to be on their show, and they pay a lot of money. WWE like money. If there's one thing we know about WWE, they love money, and they'd love more of it. It makes the world go round. Does he call the H-bomb for Dan Henderson, as he's done that move to Bisping when he KO'd him? Oh, I don't know. That's a good thought, actually. I don't know. I've never heard him say why it's called the H-bomb, to be honest. But I like that thought. That's a great thought. James said, we haven't missed much by the looks of it. No, I mean, it's just been that match. Whilst we were talking about that Nightbird stuff, it was that match was on, and a commercial break was on as well. So we haven't missed anything, to be honest. It was Ricochet, Ilja. That match has happened, and the show continues. But you'll have to go back to rewatch the first half of the match, says Nando. I caught the last part of it when things were really heating up. It was great. Alex said, we answered that one. Days, WWE Speed has lost my interest. What about you? I just think it's packaged a little bit wrong. I mean, I'll watch it, but it's just because it's only 3 minutes and there's only like one match a week. I forget about it, you know. It's not a destination. I don't think to myself, oh, it's Speed today, I can't wait. Like, there's no story. I mean, I know it's a tournament, but I don't know. I don't find myself like waking up on a Wednesday going, oh, it's time for Speed, because it's only 3 minutes long. It's not a thing, really. It's not a destination. Do you remember when we did the stream for the first episode and it turned out to be 3 minutes, and then I stopped the stream and then they dropped another match, another 3-minute match after? Ridiculous. So I'm not down on the concepts. I don't mind Speed. I definitely would like there to be some backstage segments, and I definitely would like there to be some chatter, you know, and a bit of promos and a bit of something more than just boom, here's the match. I think it could be match, promo, match, something like that, in a 10-minute package, you know, 10 minutes. That would feel a bit more like a destination. That'd feel a little bit more like I'm getting a bit more bang for my buck. And you can watch a 10-minute show on your lunch break. You know, that's 2 matches and a promo in a 10-minute package. I think that I would be tempted to try that personally, but they, you know, the matches are still getting like 1 million views. The final still did really well. Zoey Stark is in the ring. The only problem with it is that it's not a proper show, says James. Yeah, I agree, but I agree. All right. Zoey versus Ivy. Uvarkia is Uvarkios. It's a Greek word meaning opportunity, says Tyson. Urakios. Kofi, can we clip Days saying it's time for Speed and I don't mind Speeds? Yeah, no problem. I said it again. Kofi versus Ray, Shayna versus Zelina. King and Queen of the Ring will take place at a live event, says Yami. Wrestle with Andy said Dragunov is now the lineal Speed champion. That's true. That's true. Although, does it become disqualified? Do you know what? That would be really good. If you can beat Ricochet in 3 minutes in any match that you have with him, you should become the Speed Champion. But if the match goes over 3 minutes, you're not the champ. So that match was over 3 minutes. I think that means he's not the lineal champion. He didn't beat him within the time frame. That would be a fun little caveat to throw into the pot. Oh, little slip there by Zoey, but she's right back on it as Ivy grabs her and gets her on her shoulders. So Zoey very much in control right now. Grabbing Ivy. Right now, she's got her down. Rolling over. Crowd a little bit quiet for this one. Ivy back up on her feet. That's going to be hard, man. Imagine when you saw the run sheet and you saw that you was going to have to follow Ricochet and Ilja. You'd be like, nah, I feel sick. I think I need to go home. I don't feel very well. Okay, so Ivy has got Zoey up in the air. Ivy charging over. Drop kick. Oh. So Ivy Nile getting back into control. She goes over, grabs Zoey. Zoey drags her through the ring. It's not a proper show. This is a great show, said Renee. Great matches. You guys expect too much? I think it's a different kind of a show, to be honest. I think it's a show that people might not be kind of used to seeing, if you will. This is one that's got a different kind of a purpose tonight as we kind of really work our way through that first round. Days, what are your thoughts about Tonga Loa showing up? Oh, I'm excited. I know people are a bit down on it because they are worried that he's going to botch and he's a botchosaurus. And he's going to, like, you know, stink the place out. Because apparently he was not the best in New Japan. Like, as age has crept up, it's kind of made him sloppier, not better. And I can understand that. I've seen some clips. I've been sent some clips, and honestly, I can see it. I can understand the concern. But I think the way that we're going to use him should be okay. Putting him in tag matches, multiple person matches. I don't think we're going to look to use him in like singles matches. So should be okay. Good work there by Ivy. Shoulder up there by Zoey. So, good work there by Ivy. Zoey keeping an eye on the ref, getting her shoulder up. Forearm strike there by Zoey. Ivy coming back with a kick of her own. Misses with it. Oh, that was sloppy, man. Those two were quite a distance away from each other. That camera angle did them no favors. Kick coming back there by Zoey. She goes against the ropes. Yeah, I can't see the review of this match being brilliant. In fact, talking about that, we should end our score for the last one so that people don't think we're asking for scores of this one. So, Ivy versus Zoey is match number 4. And the score's 55% great, 29% all-time, 12% good okay. That's got a great 86. Great 86% for that Ilja match. I think this one might be a bit of a come down, but right now she's got her in the corner looking for that superplex. She's looking to hit that superplex, but can't quite get it at the moment. Ivy Nile trying to superplex Zoey Stark. She's clubbing away at her. The actual Event Horizon movie was hated at first, said Trina, and it was written off and forgotten about, but now has got a big cult following. Could be a subtle meaning there, related to anything to do with Bray or Howdy. I love it, but I've never seen the film, so it's honestly all alien to me. It's a pin there by Zoey. Zoey picks up the victory against Ivy Nile. So, match, score. Yeah, that was not brilliant. Alright, let's go great. Let's go good, okay. And let's go bad. Let's do the poll for that. Definitely want to have a look, see what people are saying and tagging me in. I know there's people tagging me in bits and bobs all the time, and it is, as we said, very much appreciated. But you can vote away right now as to what you thought about that match. Here's our truth. Champion versus champion. Dan, who's this? Some sort of coach? Dan Hurley? So he wanted to face Yukon? He's part of a small wrestling promotion called NCAA. A sport is a sport. We can't fight the Huskies. I do like that line. A small wrestling promotion, NCAA. There we go. So that didn't go anywhere. Dan Hurley, let's effing go, said WWE AEW fan. Here's Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker arrives. Do you want to explain why I'm not in the King of the Ring tournament? Can you explain why I'm not in the King of the Ring tournament? Right, okay, we've got Alpha Academy now. Now, they're not in this. So here's Chad Gable. He's not in the King of the Ring. Oh, he should have been, though, shouldn't he? Well, why is he not in King of the Ring, thinking about it? So he's making his way down to the ring. He's taking on Big Bronson Reed. So Chad Gable against Big Bronson Reed coming up. Very good. Thank you. Why can't he fight them, said Scottish Knight. Why can't he fight them? He should be allowed. It's just a bad attitude, innit? This might be the worst Raw I've ever witnessed, said D-Lath. Well, D-Lath, I just want to say welcome to wrestling. You must be new. If this is the worst Raw you've ever witnessed, you can't have been around before the pandemic. You can't have been around during the pandemic. This is like WrestleMania 40 compared to some of the Raws we've seen. Jeez. mean, I can understand people being down on it in the sense of, like, they want all the exciting stuff. They're used to The Rock. They're used to Roman. They're used to Cody and all that sort of stuff, you know? This is just in-ring action, first-round matches. I can understand, you know, maybe the balance hasn't been quite right, although we did get a CM Punk promo. But saying that, I mean, he didn't really say a great deal, did he? But to be honest, I think this has been an all right episode. I really enjoyed that Ilja match. So for me, this is no chore. But I can understand if you tune in wanting all of that really juicy, kind of can't miss rock Mama Road stuff. It's not delivering that, is it? We're a long way from that. The worst Raw was after last year's WrestleMania, said Mike. I remember that being a big disappointment. I remember a lot of Raws after WrestleMania being a big disappointment, to be honest. I'm bossy. I remember in 2020, everyone scoring shows like 5 or lower. There were some real tough times, said J14. Well, you know, they were doing the best they could, weren't they? They were doing the best they could, but yeah, it was not a great time. We certainly were not partying in the streets. Mrs. Trini said it's true, though. It's not on any celeb or wrestler to teach your kid morals. I'm Carl said, do you guys not like wrestling? I love this Raw. Ricochet Dragunov was great. I think people like wrestling and like the in-ring stuff, but I think what people look for is a bit of a blend, obviously, with storyline and backstage segments and promos. And I also think, you know, we've had some matches tonight, like the first one, Finn and Jay got 96% good rating. It was not bad, but it didn't blow people's minds. Iyo, Natalya, 97% good. So again, the community, you know, fine. It didn't blow my mind. It's fine, but it's not setting any, you know, hearts racing. Ilja Ricochet, great, 86%. You know, that's better. But it's, you know, this last match has just delivered a good 74%. Ugh. That's not great. Anything that low in the good rating, that's not good. So that last one seems to have really been a problem. So, I don't know. I could definitely do with something now, to be honest. Something juicy. I don't know that Chad Gable against Big Bronson Reed's what I'm looking for. But I would equally not say this is like a terrible episode. I mean, really, just because of the Ilja match, that alone stops it being a terrible episode. And, of course, you've got a QR code, which not everyone enjoys, but I think a lot of people will have got something from it. But folks didn't find Iyo Natalya match great because they were too busy with the QR code, said Cleveland Brown. There could be some truth to that. Robert said, how did that last match get so many votes for goods? What are you people watching? They didn't know what they were doing in the ring, said Robert. Well, it's people are probably reluctant to vote bad unless it's something that really offends them. And you do find that, I mean, the majority of people will stick with good or great. They don't want to go all time unless it's something that blew their mind, and they don't want to go bad unless they're crying. So perhaps a lot of people just felt it didn't go far enough to offend them to go to the bad area. But we ask enough people whereby I think we get a good enough snapshot as to, well, certainly what our community thinks. And I think that's a fair reflection. We're talking hundreds of votes. So I think it's a fair reflection as to how the matches are being perceived. I do always find, I mean, I really don't ever find that what gets said in our community is like out of sync with what others are saying. tend to be that what gets said here is how things are being received. So if people are questioning this show, I think you might find that away from this community as well. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. Here's Carlito. He's with Dominic. "1 year ago to the day you cost me my moment in Puerto Rico. If you're looking for friends, don't come looking here." That's the past. All right. You scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. Got it. Damien tells Carlito to get out of here. So, yeah, he doesn't seem interested in the Carlito alliance. Trina said they should just get Chad away from Alpha Academy, give him Kurt Angle as a manager, and be an absolute menace and a wrestling machine, destroying everyone, and Kurt giving him a mouth guard as a gift. Did I miss some super chats? Let's go see if we catch up. IDXK Dom, shout out to you. Said the corner bird is named Ducker, meaning suffering. Oh, where did that come from? Where did the Ducker thing come from? Is that in a source code or something? Because it wasn't in the file name, was it? That's where that Valkyria was. So where did Ducker come from? Dom Dom is a great heel. Remember that random episode of Raw in 2020 that was randomly good when Randy took out Christian? I do not remember. My brain will not allow me to remember anything good from 2020. It was a very dark time. I do remember us all laughing about the greatest wrestling match ever from that year's Backlash, and then it actually turned out to be really good. I do remember us going, was that the greatest wrestling match ever? Do you remember that? Edge and Norton. And we were like... Because we couldn't figure out why they were calling it the greatest match before it had happened. And then they aired it and we were like, that was actually really good. Chad looking for a German and he gets it. He gets it. It was in the source code said, hop along, Chris. Right. Right. D-Mac, shout out to you. There was a lot in the source code this time around, wasn't there? A lot in the source code. Pandemic did give us the Firefly Funhouse match and the Boneyard match, says Kevin. Yes. Triple threat for IC title, says Lee. I don't give a rat's if someone disagrees with me, says James. Bronson Reed takes this one. I'm not sure, actually. This isn't in the King of the Ring. This isn't in King of the Ring. Oh, here's Sammy. Sammy attacking Chad. Is that going to be a win for Chad? Now he's attacking Bronson. So Sammy attacking Chad, attacking Bronson. Chad goes out the ring. Sammy charges over, clothesline. Bronson goes over the top rope to the outside. Chad sneaks up behind Sammy. Grabs him, looking for a German. Hits it. Hits it. Well, this thing has absolutely broken down. I don't think there's even a need to score this match. I don't even know if it'll count as a match. It's just descended into chaos. I'm just going to write the word chaos. Sammy gets caught by Bronson, and he hits Uranagi. Bronson against Chad. So Bronson, look at his chest, man. Look how red Bronson's chest is. Big Bronson Reed standing over Chad, standing over Sammy. I wonder if we do put the IC title on Bronson. I feel like he's someone we really could pull the trigger on. So Bronson is the one that walks away. The other two are down in the ring. We're approaching the final. We're approaching the final hour. Oh, I love that how we're sticking with Bronson as he goes into Gorilla. There's Adam Pearce. I don't care about Chad's. Don't care about Sammy. All I care about is the Intercontinental Championship. If you want control, you know what you need to do. And he barges past Adam Pearce. So, yeah, as was mentioned earlier, Triple Threat feels very much on the cards. William said, Days, Sami Zayn is in the new Mad Max movie. You're gonna finally watch one, question mark. Is he really in the Mad Max movie? I'll just watch his scene. I'm sure someone will send me his scene. I'll just watch that. Don't feel like I need to watch the whole movie about some boomers in an apocalypse. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I'm living it anyway here in England. Okay, so now we've got Lyra. I'm here to show that my name belongs amongst the very best. Does she beat Dakota? She was in NXT UK, man. It's another... It just shows how much that show was cooking. Ilja, Gunther, Pete Dunne, Tyler Bates... Even Rhea Ripley spent time in NXT UK. As did Tony Storm. As did Noam Dar. As did Nathan Frazier and Axiom. As did Dakota. She was there for a little bit. I actually saw her compete in Birmingham for NXT UK. Isla Dawn. Kaylee Ray. It's been a great boost for European wrestling. It's a real shame that it's not around anymore. Here is the thing said, be aware wrestling just may not do it for some. For example, I like boxing, but not really modern MMA. People like different genres of music and movies. Sometimes it's personal taste, that's true. Delaf said you can't blame that crowd for being quiet. Thank God when I went to see Raw, it was awesome when they had storylines and was not PG. James said, but Sammy is the IC champ, so of course he has to care about Sammy to get the title. Lyra coming up next said J14. Trina says, wasn't Murphy and Aleister Black getting big pushes in 2020? And wasn't that when Keith Lee was still good before becoming Bearcat? Bearcat, do you remember that? Getting called up. I'm sure he got called up during the like Thunderdome era. And then became Bearcat, yeah. But the thing was, Bearcat, you know, was a tribute apparently to a wrestler. So Bearcat, as stupid as it sounds, and it does sound stupid, but as stupid as it sounds, it does make a lot of it did make sense actually. I just think it needed to be explained. Apparently Bearcat was the name of a wrestler. Yeah, well remembered. NXT UK, if they do Mania overseas. Yeah, that's a good shout. If we get WrestleMania, I'm sure we'll get Stand and Deliver as well. Oh, I would love. I wish NXT would come and do tours over here. They used to. They were doing places like Brighton and Bournemouth and maybe places that don't normally get like main roster shows. So, you know, we were bringing NXT over. Perhaps they're thinking it's just not worth the cost of doing it, but oh, God, it was so good. I loved it. I would love it if they would bring them over again. 2016, I went to an NXT show in the UK. I mean, I don't even know the last time they were over here. It must have been maybe some point in 2019, maybe 2018. But I went to Bournemouth to an NXT show. I saw Nakamura, I saw Asuka, I saw Samoa Joe. I think Peyton Royce was on that card. I'm trying to think who else I saw. I think Finn Balor was on that card. So, I mean, you look at it now and it's like, it's amazing. So good. If you ever get a chance to go to NXT, you've got to do it. You've got to do it. I went to that NXT show in Brighton. That was a good show. Yeah, I went to a NXT show in Brighton that had Asuka on the card. I got so drunk, man. I really got drunk. I was not in a good way at that show. That show, I don't know why. I do know why. I went with Wrestling Shop. So I went with Wrestling Shop and we met in a bar before and we were drinking. And then we went to the show and we carried on drinking. And I got so drunk. I ended up getting on the train, missing my connection, and then having to kind of... I can't remember where I spent the night. I spent the night in a hotel. I got to the hotel at like 1 in the morning. I was nowhere near home. So I got to this hotel and asked how much a room was. It was like £120. And it was already 1 a.m. I was only going to be there for like, I don't know, 6-7 hours, something like that. I had to pay it. Otherwise, the alternative was to shiver outside till 5 or 6 in the morning. I wasn't going to do that. So I don't have great memories of the NXT Brighton show. Okay, we've got Gunther backstage. That, I'm guessing, is going... Oh, man. We've had Ilja and Ricochet in a banger, and we've still got Gunther Sheamus to come. Oh, now we're getting a Becky sit-down interview with Michael Cole. Okay, so Becky coming out. So are we going to get Liv interrupting? I'd imagine we will. I'd imagine we will. So Becky... And she comes out, holds up that championship. Teo, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Nathan said, to be fair, this crowd had to follow up that crowd from France. And that was going to be a challenge. Golden Head said, do you think that when Alexa could be the main target of the Wyatt Six? If you notice in the URL after 51, it's got the A initial. The A could be Alexa excluded. I really like that theory that all of those letters are the first letter of someone in the group. I've liked that for weeks since it was like first discovered. But the fact that she wasn't mentioned in the PW Insider report definitely makes it feel like she's not going to be part of this group from the beginning. So you're right. The question then becomes why and how does she fit into it? So is she going to play a different role? Is she not going to be in the group? Could she be a higher power? Or could she be a different entity? Could she be revealed at a later date? Or is she going to be a target? Or is their goal to bring her back? So one of their first jobs will be to bring Alexa back. Is she... Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. It definitely, since that PW Insider report dropped, it's changed the narrative. It's no longer about who's going to be in this group. It's more about why Alexa isn't. Right, Becky is in the ring with Michael Cole, and there's Becky chants. So Becky has got the championship over her shoulder. Pizza Jesus said 2120 was the Fiend coming out of the ambulance. 2120. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? 2120? Do you mean 2021? Michael Cole's asking, what is this outfit that you were wearing at the Kentucky Derby? It's called fashion, Michael Cole. No wonder you don't know what it is. What is that hat? Is it a hat? Did she say she got it from Etsy? Queen of the Ring tournament is underway. I'm sure she would like to be in that. She's never won Queen of the Ring. There's a newness in the air. A lot of people back there want to slap me in the face. I came up to Raw 9 years ago. I feel that same energy in that locker room. Yeah, it's true. 2015, she came up, didn't she? So she's just going through some people that would be worthy challengers. I was hoping that they were going to let JoJo be a part of this, since the last outfit that Bray made had that Nightbird on it for her, said Chris. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she could feature at some point. She probably doesn't need to be a part of the actual group if you think about it, but she could feature at some point. She's the most gifted competitor I have been in the ring with. That's what she says about Lyra. She said Lyra is the most gifted competitor. So he's asking her about the past month. I was sick, but I'm not making any excuses. The better woman won that night. She probably should be able to get a win over Rhea at some point. Oh, here's Liv. I don't think Liv... Did Liv get mentioned? Here's Liv. Blah, 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 blah. No mention of Liv. I mean, this is quite a heel promo, isn't it? I beat Nia Jax in this ring just last week. I'm the one that took out Rhea Ripley. You're welcome. My baby girl Liv, said Zoom Station. The fact I can't get an ounce of respect out of you blows my mind. Wonder how she feels about the WWE Universe then. You never beat me. Of all the things you've done, you've never beat me. I finally figured out what I've been missing. I know I can finally beat you. She said I've not had a purpose, but now I've got it. I can finally beat you. Who's this? I still don't know people's music. Who's this? Oh, Damage Control. Dakota's music. Is Dakota, Iyo, Kyrie. Oh, look at this. Here's Liv getting a title shot she did nothing to earn. Is this Dakota turning face? So we're going to do the match, aren't we now? I mean, we're clearly building to Dakota, Lyra. So Damage Controller circling around the ring. Lyra, I'm guessing, will come out. Oh, Liv bails, actually. Not my problem. So 3-on-1. Liv got out the ring saying it was not her problem. And here's Lyra. Lyra runs past Liv, asking what the flip. Look at these two Irish girls. You don't keep the Irish down. Lyra and Becky cleaning house. That'll be a good tag team. I'm sure we'll do Lyra and Becky as a team at some point. That'll be fun. Liv is a coward. Liv the coward, Morgan, said Brony. Lee said the Irish connection. Let's go. The Irish connection. We want Wyatt 6 and Lesnar. That'd be a weird combination. Imagine if he was in it. That would be a great QR code. Turns out that he's in this. That's why we've not seen him. Alexa could be used as a vessel for the other 5 to message through, if that makes sense. They could sort of speak through her, and she'll be used almost as a shell for them to be used as a scapegoat. Irish lasses cleaning house, says Kian. Aubrey said the only Liv match I want is Liv versus Lesnar. Sonny, hello, shout out to you. I hope you're well. I don't feel like I've seen Sonny. Chris said, what's next on the calendar? Well, once we're done with Raw tonight and we've got about 47 minutes left, I understand this has not been an episode that has been to everyone's taste. But I think it's had some moments, and I really am looking forward to Gunther Sheamus. I also think that Ilja Ricochet, I mean, you can't be down on that. The Liv stuff is quite interesting at the moment. You know, they're definitely turning her heel at the moment. So that's kind of interesting. So, you know, there's been enough here for me personally. And, of course, the QR code. But, yeah, no, tomorrow we've got NXT. So, of course, we're coming out of spring break-in. I need to get my head around that, actually, because last Tuesday I wasn't able to watch it. So that means that I'm a little bit behind. So I need to catch up with things. I know that Meechin arrived. There was a few, actually, that made their presence felt. Meechin was one of them. And Ivar was competing as well, wasn't he? So, yeah, I don't know. I need to get my head around the landscape of NXT. And, of course, we've had some call-ups. I think Trick Williams might be on with Noam Dar. So I think we've got that tomorrow. So, yeah, we're coming out of spring breaking and we're kind of starting a whole new chapter for NXT. Becky lost at Mania, says Sideburn Soldiers. She had no business written into the Rumble for the women's title when it should have been a tournament. This just shows how worthless the women's division is. Gunther, Sheamus is going to cook. Wesley returns. Oh, yeah, that's true. Wesley returns. Wesley did come back, yes. WWE fan said, in Suplex City, there's a fun house and there lives a farmer. Could you imagine? The Brock puppet? Oh, do you know what? Let's not. God only knows what that Brock puppet is getting up to. Let's not think about what the Brock puppet is doing. But yeah, that would be pretty wild. That's a QR code I'd love to. No, it's not. I was going to say that's a QR code video I'd love, and then immediately I thought, no, it's not. It's definitely not. No, God, please, no Brock puppet. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm not saying anything. Do you know, right now we're in dangerous territory. This is the kind of stuff people get cancelled for. If I go any further, I'm done. My whole YouTube career is over, so. Yeah. You don't know how tempting it is to say more words, but I'm not saying anything. Right, we are coming back from commercial break. We are coming back. Back streets back, all right. Okay, we've got the video announcing about WrestleMania. Brock Puppet beats up all the other puppets. Poor Ramblin' Rabbit. Ramblin' Rabbit got beaten up all the time. I mean, that'd be nothing new for Ramblin' Rabbit. Brock is in Connecticut. He just wants... No, we're not going down those roads, WWE fan, thank you. Dumb question. Are combines in wrestling scripted, said Missy. Do you know, we don't tend to have them, so I can't answer that. We did do a combine years ago, and I think it lived on YouTube. I don't think we did it as part of a show, but we did a like NXT combine, and it was on YouTube, and I believe it was legit. But actually doing a combine on a show, I mean, a combine doesn't mean anything to us in the UK. If you say combine to me, I think harvester, right? I don't know what a combine is. But apparently it is athletes competing against each other to set records, break records, outdo each other, who can do the highest jump, who can do the longest jump. Apparently that's what it is. I remember seeing a bit of one years ago. Oh, you're going back like 2017, 2018. And it was on YouTube. But it's not something we tend to do on shows. So answering the question of is it legit or not, I genuinely don't know. I mean, what I would say is it's probably going to be legit, but it's probably not going to be a focus. There's probably going to be competition that comes out of it. There's probably going to be feuds that come out of it, you know? Okay, here's Sammy. Sammy's backstage. What's Sammy saying? He got knocked down, but he got up again. You're never going to keep him down. Mark my words. So, is he saying triple threat in Saudi Arabia? I was singing Chumbawamba, so I missed it. Yeah, triple threat match. So, triple threat match is made... King and Queen of the Ring. Almost missed that because of Chumbawamba. Okay, first round matchup. It is Lyra taking on Dakota. Lyra versus Dakota. I miss the days when Saudi wouldn't let Sammy in, said Jim. Boo, 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 boo. So we've got an advert now for Kingdom of Planet of the Apes. Is this broken? We've just got like a still image. Are you getting a trailer? Because I'm not getting a trailer. I've just got an image that says Kingdom. What was that? Why are we showing that during the match? God, this company are money, man. I understand they've got to make money, and I want them to make money, but stop making money in horrible ways. Interrupting matches to show me a flipping image of King of the Planet of the Apes or whatever it's called. Performance Center NXT Women's Combine to kick out. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to have a moan. I'm going to write the word moan. Planet of the Apes. It's about time, in all fairness. It's about time we had a moan about Planet of the Apes. It's been too long. They've had it too easy. Lyra goes down. Dakota on the outside. There's no sign of Dakota's friends. Kick coming in as Dakota is in control. She sits on the edge of the ring as we go to commercial break. Is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes part of the WWE Universe? It is now. I Am Your Father says moan. Yep, I'm having a moan. During my review of this show, I am going off, guys. Guys, it's going to be savage. I'm going to write the words be savage. Be like Macho Man. Moan. I'm going up. If you want to see me go nuclear, check out the review after. What it'll be me going, there was part of the show where they showed a trailer during the match and I really didn't appreciate it. Also, that'll be it. But honestly, the tone of my voice, you'll tell I won't be happy. Raymond, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome. DMac07, shout out to you as well. Does feel like we're sort of limping our way towards that finish line, but we're not. That's an illusion, because coming up we've got Gunther against Sheamus. So don't you dare think that's what's happening, because actually we're on the verge of a flipping banger. We're on the verge of what might be the best TV match of the year. Yeah? A lot of people are saying that this match is better than Ospreay against Danielson, and it's not even happened yet. Juank said, the puzzle says you know nothing, hell is only a word, reality is much, much worse, and apparently that is a line from a movie called Event Horizon, says Junak, shout out to you. Prince Moolah said, difference between White Rabbit and Nightbirds. White Rabbit didn't stop at QR codes and glitches and creepy music. They gave us things in the background and audience. Was that a moan or a Monet? Said, yeah. Be like Mercedes. Imagine if her name was Mercedes Moan. Mercedes Moan. It doesn't have the same kind of je ne sais quoi, does it? It does not have the same je ne sais quoi. That's kind of fun. I tell you what, Gabe is a great follow. Here, look at this. What was Joe Gacy hinting? So here's Gabe. And this, I think, on the left is a screenshot of from the video. And on the right, I think, is something from... When was that taken from, though? Do we know when that was taken from? that was taken from October. I mean, do we really think back in October this was all planned back in October? That seems a long time ago. Long time ago. I like Gabe, though. He asks some interesting questions. Mosey, the wrestling god, shout out to you, buds. Tracy said, did anyone get the years in Metonic cycle clue from the QR codes? That would take us to May 25th, and you know what that is. It's a Saturday. Is it? I don't even know. Clothesline by Lyra. And again, Nuada said the scientific meaning of an event horizon is a boundary beyond which events cannot affect an observer, which could be a reference to Dexter and Nikki being on the sidelines for a while. That's interesting. So actually, what is an event horizon? An event horizon is a boundary beyond which events cannot affect an observer. Oh god, that's such a good definition. That's like a great definition. It's a boundary beyond which someone looking can't see it because it's past the event horizon. It's the line, it's the boundary. Because the world is curved. If I'm over here waving and you're here and it's past the event horizon, you can't see me. That's so good. I really like that. Nuada, shout out to you. But that's what I thought Mercedes is called for short, said Nick. Mercedes Moan. I bet that was her nickname backstage. In WWE, oh my god, Lyra just got planted face first by Dakota. Lyra gets her shoulder up. So, Lyra, Dakota is where we are at the moment. The event horizon is the edge of a black hole. Is that true? The edge of a black hole is called the event horizon. I wonder if that's... Is that true? She goes in for a big boot there as Lyra goes for the cover. Referee getting in the way. Lyra was nearly on top of the referee. She charges over. Forearm strike there by Lyra. She rolls back, charges over, smashes into Dakota. Dakota, oh, that was so well timed. So well timed. 1, 2. Ah, that was so good. Look, she's got a smile on her face. Oh, I'm writing down. Do you know what? Just below moan, I'm putting praise. Praise Dakota. Because she knew that Lyra was going to go back over to the other corner. So she ran round, and when Lyra turned around, boom! She got kicked in the face. She scouted where she was going to be. Oh, she plants Dakota down. 2, 3. Oh, she got it. It's a weird ending. Lyra wins in a very strange conclusion. That was strange, but she got it. Match score. So it is Lyra against Zoey Stark. I think we predicted that. And Iyo Sky, I think, against Zelina Vega, but that is the one that I've got a bit of doubt on. But other than the Finn Balor result, I think these have gone the way that we thought. Well, let's see what people thought about that. Here's Kofi. This is where Xavier is meant to be running it back. If Gunther advances, I can't wait to face him. got to get past Rey, Mysterio. I'm thinking Kofi does it, man. I'm thinking Kofi does it. I'm thinking he does it, and then he gets to... He mentions Kendrick Lamar and Drake. There's 3 words that still ring as true now. New Day rocks. And we're seeing the Cleveland Cavaliers playoff game. And there was the crowds on their feet, dancing away to Jey Uso's theme. Uso against Dragunov. That's going to be a banger, man. That's going to be so good. After what we saw with Dragunov tonight, but the crowd are going to be a bit split, aren't they? I think Drew costs Jey, to be honest. Gunther, Sheamus tonight. When is the Kingston Mysterio match, though? Valkyria against Zoey Stark. That is next week. Kofi is getting cooked if he goes against Gunther, said Alex. Yes. Yes. So, Iyo Sky against Baszler or Vega. Okay, so we're seeing Sheamus backstage. You've got 29 minutes left to go. The ring general. Right. Days, the scrolling thumbnails that you have below the comments say King and Queen of the Ring is on Saturday, May 27th. Really? I'm waiting for it to come back around. I don't care how over Jey Uso is. He should not beat Ilja, says Brony. I don't think he will, to be honest. JP said Xavier needs to turn on Kofi. The New Day is done. Little JB said Dakota has to be one of the most underrated women. I love that moment. That was great where she scouted that. The finish of that match was weird, though. J14 said, I don't know why, but I really hope WWE does a show at the Sphere in Vegas for Mania next year. Imagine, stand and deliver. I'm glad we're finally getting, for once, maybe an actual good King of the Ring tournament instead of what they did in the past, said Richard. Mr. B said, did you or anyone see the writing behind Gunther? I didn't, no. I didn't. Is there a picture of that? I don't care about bangers. I care about the greatest of all time. I mean, it might just be that it's their part of the decor of you, if you will. It doesn't look like people are talking about it. I'm just looking to see if anyone's mentioned it, if there's any pictures. I mean, there is an image here. I can see like LO just behind his shoulder, but there's every chance that might just be part of the decor, if you will. Like someone could have just written it there, as this is used as obviously a sporting venue. You know, good spot. Good spot. I don't know that it is anything. Oh, here we go. This is a better picture. What does it say? He kind of covers it as well, doesn't he, in all fairness? You can't really make anything out. It's only that first bit where... I don't know quite what it means to me. It looks like it says look 84, but it's a good spot, that is. I don't think it means anything, but it's a good spot. That's probably the cleanest I can get it. I mean, in all fairness, we've got what looks to be the whole clip here, and you can see that he blocks it pretty much for the rest of that time, apart from that bit there. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. There we go. Look 84. That does look like look 84, doesn't it? Event Horizon is the same story as Howdy. Bray opened the door and the devil came out. In the movie, they travel through a black hole and the same thing happens, says Pizza Jesus. Love it. WWE fans said it's full of fake accounts and trolls who make up stuff for clout. Did you see that Ric Flair said he had a heart attack? I did, yeah, did. Crazy. He thought he was dehydrated, but he got told he had a heart attack. Shh. Next time I'm dehydrated, I'm going to panic. Right, they're talking about the French fans and how crazy the crowd was. Days, I think the quickest match card for WWPLE has come together in a bit already. 4 matches announced in for the tournament final, said LZS. 4 matches announced already. I mean, that's good. We don't have too long, though. I mean, the gap between these two shows, Backlash and King and Queen of the Ring, it's not that long. Okay, so we've got Gunther. Here we go. Main event time. Right, let's end this poll. We don't need it anymore. We don't need it. We're going to mourn it. We're going to say goodbye to it. So 55% good, 23% great, 12% all-time, 8% bads. It was a win for Lyra. And now we've got Gunther versus Sheamus. Man, how long have they got to cook? 20 minutes. Oh, I hope they brought their kitchen utensils. I hope they brought their whisks. He's having a word with Ludwig. I hope that Giovanni doesn't get involved here. So, Gunther getting into the ring. Next Monday, we're in Greenville. Here's Sheamus. I can cook rice in about 20 minutes, says Kevin. Kevin, look at you, bragging away. Sheamus making his way down to the ring. Why is everyone attacking you for no reason tonight, James? Ah, it's fun, isn't it? It's fun. It's a fun thing to do. I attack James on a regular basis. Richard said, I'm doing good. I missed a little bit of Cinco de Mayo. Couldn't fully celebrate with gum surgery. I'm sorry to hear that, but I bet Cinco de Mayo is a fun celebration. I mean, Lots of drinking. Men's first round. Here we go then. Don't want to miss a second of this. Don't want to miss a second of this. Look at the smile on Gunther's face. The bell sounds. Sheamus is looking for revenge. Is he gonna find it? Sheamus and Gunther. Sheamus actually looks like he's got the size advantage. They both look to be about the same height. And I would say Sheamus now has actually got a little bit more timber. He's actually in good shape. I mean, he has lost quite a bit of weight from a few weeks back. You know, the whole burger after burger stuff. I don't know if you've seen, but he's really been putting the work in. Yeah, no, Giovanni Vinci. Right now, Sheamus getting backed up into the corner. Referee coming in, trying to separate both guys. Big chops coming in. Chop, 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 chop. Head. He's got his head picked up, slammed down. Sheamus coming over, throws in a big strike there. Uppercut coming in. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Forearm strike coming in by Sheamus. Side headlock there. Going over against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Oh, big boot by Gunther. Sheamus goes down. Let's go, man. This ain't going to finish for, like, you know, 15 minutes or so, but let's go. So right now, he's got Sheamus, throws in some clubbing blows. Sheamus again throws a shot back. These two exchanging blows. Sheamus on the edge of the ring, on the outsides. And Gunther insides. Gonna go for several beats of the batter rim, but can't get it. Back elbow. Right, the date of Dexter Lumis's last match is in the code, said Michaela. Really? The date of Dexter Lumis's last match? Oh, I like that. I like that. I'm writing that down. I like that. I don't think I've seen that or have been sent that. The date of Dexter's last match. Fella! Sheamus in control. I think we're about to go to commercial break. Very good. One day, Man United will be back to winning championships. It's going to happen and you will be partying hard. Are people going off on James for being a loser Man United fan? Yeah, well, should have picked a better team, shouldn't you, mate? Yeah. Yannick said the file name of the Nightbird logo at the bottom is called Dukkha, which is commonly translated as suffering, pain, or unhappiness. Much like all of you in this community that join us for these streams. Suffering, pain, unhappiness. It's an important concept in Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism. What's Jainism? What the hell's that? Is there a religion for Jains? Is there a Jain religion? I've never heard of Jainism. What the hell's that? What's Jainism? Jainism. Jainism? Also known as Jain Dharma, is an Indian religion. I've never heard of this. Oh my god, I want to worship Jane. I love you, Jane. Oh, amazing. Well, there we go. Learned something new, ain't I? It's not hard, I'm an idiot. George said, Man United used to win championships and one day they'll be back to winning championships. Soccer is rubbish. Play rugby, said K-Dub. Ian said, I think Man United have more chance of winning the championship than the Premier. That's true. That's true. Man United will be winning championships. The championship. Yeah, take that, James. Winning the championship. Bo Embrace Documentary said they loved 90s horror films. Event Horizon came out 97. He would have been 10 and 100% would have watched it with Bray, says Pizza Jesus. Defcon Prime said, hey Days, with your thumbnail about the wide 6, you should troll us and put fake wrestlers in the thumbnail. People wouldn't even think about Bob Backlund. I'm not going to do that. Because then you get, even if you do things like that as, a little one-off joke, you're still going to upset people and, oh, this is clickbait and all that kind of stuff. So let's not go down those roads. Jordan said, I have tweeted you. Thank you, Jordan. I'm actually so far behind with my tweets. I'm looking at, all the ones I need to get through, and it's heartbreaking. So my heart is broken. Here's the date I mentioned. Oh, right, okay. Thank you. I don't know why it's got that date then. That's not a graphic I made. It's a graphic that I used so that I could change it over from Backlash. So that's a bit strange, isn't it? I wonder why they've got that graphic then. Either way, people get the message. We'll be here for King and Queen of the Ring. We might be 2 days late, but we'll be here for it. Right now, Gunther has grabbed Sheamus. We are back to the action. We've got 14 minutes to go. I like what they've got with the screen. So on the edge of the ring it says men's. I don't know if there's any more to that. It just says men's, but the screen at the back doesn't say that. It says first round. So the two screens say something different. I'm guessing it says men's tournament on the edge of the ring. Right now Gunther is keeping Sheamus down. Look at some of the marks on the back of Sheamus. That's incredible. So Sheamus has been chopped. And you can see that mark just across his shoulder blades. That's incredible. Shot coming into the midsection there by Sheamus. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Macho King still seated, watching in the front row. Ludwig is here. He is definitely costing Sheamus the match, said A. Jobson. Over in the corner goes Gunther. Big boot there by Gunther. Oh, lovely. Pat breaker there. Trying to scoop up Gunther. Gunther lands on his feet. Shot to the back. Goes against the ropes. Clothesline. Down goes Sheamus. And he goes for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. 28 likes away. What? Oh, what are we on? Guys, come on. We're almost at 10,000. If you've not liked the stream, then stop being cowards. Hit that like. We're trying to get to 10,000. We're trying to break records. Right now, Sheamus has grabbed Gunther, edge of the ring. The Sheamus weight loss should be documented for a behind-the-scenes video. He has shown him working out, actually. I think they could put it in a behind-the-scenes video. I think he's been putting it on his social medias. He rolls out the ring there, Gunther. Gunther Crowd are still seated for this, you know. This thing, they've really been... Look at the marks. Look at the marks on his chest. Oh, definitely feeling the effects there. He comes over, he grabs Gunther. And here we go, he's throwing in those chops. He's got Gunther on the edge of the ring. There's no marks on Gunther like there is on Sheamus. Sheamus wears that damage so well. Gunther goes down. Sheamus puts his arms out. He looks out to the fans. The fans are cheering away. Sheamus over in the corner. He's looking for a brogue here by the looks of it. Looks like he wants to deliver this brogue. Looking to charge in over. Boot coming in. Gunther around the back. He picks up Sheamus. Back elbow there by Sheamus. Goes for a brogue. It was a bit lazy. Back elbow. Ludwig getting involved. Ludwig gets involved. So Ludwig tangles Sheamus. Ah, the drive-by! Ludwig gets involved. Is that going to bring down Giovanni? Refs, you're out of there! You're out of there! So, he's been removed from the ring. So I thought Giovanni might come down, but nope. Nope. So Sheamus is down. Referee's checking on him. Wrestling is fake. Have a look at Sheamus's chest, said Watson. Get out of here. I know. I wish we needed one of them, didn't we? Whoa. Oh. It was still pretty good. But yeah, I think they need to go bigger, man. Need to go big. I've said each ref should have their own mannerism, their own way of throwing someone out. I'd love it if, like, the Daphne, she was like, That would be good. Oh. I'd come up with one where I'm like, ooh, doing all this moonwalk. I'm doing like a Michael Jackson one. I'm doing all this. I'd have a lot of fun with it. This match is brutal already, said A. Jobson. Kevin said the puppets are in limbo now since they've all passed on in the funhouse with the cobwebs. George says, I am super happy with the results. The Bruins can win this series. Hashtag we want the cup. James said, Arsenal haven't won the league since 2004 and they choked last season. United fans are getting trolled by known bottlers. Oh, it's all kicking off in the chat. It's all kicking off. Nathan said, if I was a ref, I would do the moonwalk and point to the back and it would be awesome. That would be definitely one way of doing it. I think we can get to 550 before the show is over, said Defcon Prime. 550? What, 550,000? That'll do. That'll do. 550,000. That's not bad for a night, is it really? I suppose. Take it. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got 7 minutes to go. That's what she said. Said, do you know any good recipes for lamb? Yep. Yes, I do. Tall guy said, is it worth it to see Messi play? Is it worth it to see Messi play? What does that mean? I'm not bothered about seeing Messi play, but if you're someone that wants to see Messi play, then you have to figure out how much is that worth to you. Depends where you are in the world. I mean, if you're in Miami and it's just the cost of a ticket, then yeah. But if you're not in Miami and you've got to buy flights and hotels, different conversation, isn't it? You're out of there! Has anyone tried playing the audio backwards? Oh, that's a good shout, actually. Right, here we are, making our way through the crowds, and we're into the final throes of this week's Raw. I think it's a Raw that has maybe struggled to maintain people's attention. I think you're either on board with the King and Queen of the Ring qualifying stuff, or you're not really on board with it. I think they went maybe a bit too heavy with it, in the sense that people just, I think, want that mixture. I think they did try to give him a Becky promo and a CM Punk promo, but I don't know, people want those big juicy talking points, don't they? They want them big, juicy talking points, and I don't think we really got much, apart from the QR code and maybe Liv being a douche. Oh, Gunther back in control, thanks to Ludwig. Ludwig might have been removed from ringside, but he's done his job. Now he's grabbing the leg of Sheamus, and he comes down on top of it. The going rate to see him in Orlando is about $350 a ticket. Not that I'm looking to sell mine, said Stone. What, $350 to go and see Messi play? I mean, what I would say is it's a lot of money, but if he is one of, if not the greatest footballers of all time, so I don't know, people would pay that to see Michael Jordan, wouldn't they? Easily. The difference, I suppose, is that $350, you're in a stadium, you're not as close. In an arena, you're going to feel a lot closer, so it's not quite the same comparison, but yeah, it's a lot of money, but it's, you know, for a lot of people, it's worth that. I don't know what I would pay to see him, to be honest. Not $350, but I don't know. If I was around, I could be tempted to spend a little something, but not $350. So that was a knee to the face there by Sheamus, and Gunther went down. Gunther down. Sheamus down. Sheamus only able to get a couple there. There's no way I'd pay that for Ronaldo. Look who he used to play for, says Ian. Sheamus' knee gave out on him, said Kian. Right, look at this. He's in position. He's charging over, but the knee didn't hold. Now Gunther picks him up, power bombs him down, goes for the cover. 2. Kick out by Sheamus into a single leg Boston. And he's working on that knee at the moment, Gunther, as Sheamus goes over and grabs the ring rope. So, single leg Boston Crab being applied there by the ring general, who stomps down on the leg of Sheamus. Look at Sheamus, man. Look at what he's been reduced to. That's what this match has done. That's what this war has done. Look, Gunther digging deep. Climbing up. Gunther trying to go up top as Sheamus is down. Gunther coming over as Sheamus comes over, throws a shot in. And again, side of the head there by Sheamus. Oh, hello. Celtic cross. Celtic cross. Connects. Sheamus with the Celtic cross on Gunther. Gunther down. Sheamus coming over, looking for the cover too. Oh, just. Gunther, look at the marks. You know that's going to be on social media after. All those marks. Brutal. Boston Crab, Triple T to WWE confirmed, said Watson. A. Jobson said, does Triple H book Sammy to lose to Gable in Toronto at Money in the Bank? Anger in that crowd. I don't know. I mean, I always thought that meant that Sammy was in a good place to win Money in the Bank. Oh, there we go. He delivers a knee there, Sheamus. He backs over to the corner. Oh, broke. Connects, but he's not covered him. Oh, that would have done it. If he'd have got that pin straight away, that would have done it. But he's took way too long. Way too long. He goes over, looking for the cover. He's got it. 1, 2. Ah, he took too long, man. He took too long. So, Sheamus definitely feeling the effects of this as a single leg Boston. Oh, and it's really in, man. It's really in. Single leg Boston Crab really applied. Sheamus trying to get over to the ropes. Sheamus trying to get to the rope, but Gunther drags him into the middle and it's back in again. You're not going to make Sheamus tap, are you? Sheamus tapping? I can't imagine that. I can't imagine him giving up. I can imagine him getting knocked out. And, oh, they've made him tap. Oh, I don't like that for Sheamus. Him tapping. Gunther makes Sheamus tap. Oh, I'm going to write moan. I'm writing moan. Moan. Sheamus tapping. Well, the right person won. Guys, I am going off. Honestly, on my review, I am going off. I'm going off about the Planet of the Apes thing, and I am going off about Sheamus tapping, because that just does not fit my image of Sheamus. Right, let's get the poll up for that final match, shall we? All-time great. Oh, great. Good. Okay, there we go. Boom. King Mabel is going to enter. Let's go. WWE fan said there's no moaning allowed. It was a banger match. Sorry, I've got moan written down. I've got moan written down. I can't delete that now. Sheamus should have passed out, not tapped. He should have passed out, you're right. He should have been like... like that, and the ref could have been like, ring the bell, ring the bell. Not tappy like a flipping 8-year-old's tap dancer. George said, I'll see you guys later. I'm going to check out the latest episode of Door Bumper Clear. I don't even know what that means. Sounds like a banger. Have fun. Dog said Dragunov versus Gunther King of the Ring finals. It won't be the final but it'll be the final of the Raw side. Still better than that Ospreay match. Instead of King of the Ring tomorrow, they should do a Battle Royal win final lot easy, said David. Yeah, let's not bother with this King of the Ring tournament. Let's just do a Battle Royal. Done. Simple. Gunts could make everyone tap, said CK. Drew has just tweeted. What's Drew tweeted? Has he finally got back home and now he's looked at his phone? What a loser. He should have been checking his phone whilst he was driving, loser. He has tweeted this. 30 seconds. It's him burning a picture of CM Punk. And he's doing it whilst driving. Oh my god! I mean, I would have had that. I would have had that. I'm going to tweet that out. I would have had that. Where's the crying face? Where's the crying face emoji? Crying face emoji. Seems a bit tame, this, actually, considering what he's usually up to. Considering his usual antics. Honestly, he could have sold that on eBay. He'd have got a decent... He would have got a good $50 maybe for that. He's literally burning money and then bragging about it. I can't vibe with that. I can't vibe with that. That's a heel right there. That is a heel. He's basically burning a $50 note. You might even have got more, to be honest. CM Punk's autograph goes for a fair bit. Is he setting that paper on fire whilst driving? Yes. Yes. Ricochet versus Jacko Nort was the best match, said Wrestle Chase. He could have sold it, said Alex, I know. I'd have given him $20. Because that's a deal for me, and he gets some up from it as well. Here is the thing, said great match, but I would have preferred Sheamus passing out. Says, here is the thing. Sheamus don't tap. I've never seen him tap, said Akim. I wonder if they had him tap because they thought we need tonight's show to end on some sort of like talking point, and having Sheamus tap, people won't expect that. It's a lame talking point. We haven't got Seth. We haven't got The Rock. We haven't got Roman. We need a talking point. Should we make Sheamus tap? It's a bit lame, isn't it? It's not really a talking point, but. James said, match was great though, and the right person won. Just could have done with a slightly different finish. Will an opinions video come out later, said Ethan. It will, but it won't be tonight. So what I tend to do is just have a little chat with you guys now as we send this baby home, and then I'll do, I don't know what I'll do next, maybe the quick review video, because I've got my notes, so I might do the quick review. And don't forget, I'm off, I'm ranting. I've got 2 rants written down, right? So that'll be on the second channel, and then I put a post up for your thoughts, your opinions, but I don't do that tonight because obviously it takes a bit of a while for people to leave their feedback, so that'll probably get recorded tomorrow and it'll go up tomorrow. JP said, was there a second QR code? I wasn't watching. Not that I saw, so if there was, it passed me by, so I don't believe there was. No. There's some more interesting stuff on X, says Jake. There is some more interesting stuff. Just having a look. What do you mean? There's lots. There's people just tagging me in bits that we've seen already, but very interesting. The name of the video is Feb623, and it's a video of Dexter and Cross. The name of the title of the video is Feb623. Got you. Yeah, I'll have to dig into this. There are a few other little bits. I mean, I don't think there's anything massive that's like being found, if you will. I don't think there's anything that's like changing the game. But I think we're going to get this, to be honest. I think we're going to get a lot of these little... I don't know about you, but I know that Dexter's in this group. I know that Joe Gase is in this group. I know that Nick is in this group. So anything that's going to like tease that ain't gonna like be blowing my mind. It's interesting and I definitely want to know about it, but I suppose the stuff that's really going to get me excited is stuff that's going to kind of really move things forward, you know, tell us stuff that we don't know. I'd like to know how Alexa fits into this, so I don't know if the QR codes can like solve that for me, but yeah, it looks like we've just got a little tease for Dexter again. Someone mentioned in the source codes, I wrote the name down, Michaela mentioned that the date of Dexter's last match was apparently hidden in the source code as well. There's a few bits that are like showing themselves. Right, let's end this poll. Michael said that JD was a human Funko Pop. Hey, that got a great rating, that did. That's good. It was a really enjoyable match. So it's got a great rating. 76% great, I believe that was. Yeah, 76% great. How does that compare to the Ilja match from earlier? What did the Ilja match get? Ilja got 86. Wow. So according to you guys, Ilja against Ricochet was better than the Gunther match. I could go with that. I could go with that. I could go with the Ilja match being the best match of the night, but I do think Gunther Sheamus was really, really close. Was right up there as well, so. And Lyra Dakota was good 92. Right, lovely. I think we're about done. Days, you could sell advertising on that beanie. I could, couldn't I? Oh. I've tweeted to you, says Alan. Alan, thank you. I'm gonna try and work my way through those now. I'm so behind. I mean, last time I checked, anything that's been sent in the past hour, I've yet to look at. So, and that's only going to get worse if I'm going to do this review. So I need to go back through. Are you going to do show scores? Yes, I will do show scores. That'll be on the second channel, though. I'm just going off to do that now. Nile said on February 6th, 2023, Dexter Lumis beats Baron Corbin, says Nile. Was that the date that was just mentioned then? February 6th, 2023, yes. Oh, perhaps that's the same date that Michaela mentioned then. So perhaps there was a few things that happened on that show. I mean, makes sense, doesn't it? Dexter being backstage apparently was on that show. And also Dexter winning was on that show. And did someone say that might have been his last match? Let's have a look at Cage Match. Let's go on to Cage Match and see when Dexter Loomis's last match was. Dexter Lumis. Dexter Lumis, when was your last match? It was... Oh, it was the 29th of May. So that wasn't his last match. He beat Akira Tozawa on the 29th of May. What was that date again? That date was February 6th. So he did have a match on February 6th, but he also had a match the week after. And he had a match. So he had a match a week after. He was involved in the Andre Battle Royal. He's been on live shows. He's done some main event stuff as well. So I can't say that. I don't think that was to do with his last match. I think it's interesting he has a match on that show, but I think it's probably more to do with the Dexter Nikki moment because it boxes off both of them, you know. Interesting. Right. In the source code, there is a reference to Inside the Ropes. Bo Dallas not expected to be back, says Yannick. Right, we're done. Thank you for joining us. I know this was maybe not the most exciting show in the world, but I think it was... I was still entertained. I was not bored. Definitely some good matches there, and we've made some big progress with King of the Ring and Queen of the Ring, and we'll continue to do that on SmackDown as well. I just get the sense that I think when people knew that there wasn't going to be anything seismic here, that I think people probably thought this is a week to skip. View-wise for us, it's actually been really good. So I don't know, perhaps they'll still get a decent rating out of this. We'll have to wait and see. But appreciate the support. Don't forget we are back tomorrow with NXT, and we will also be back later with an Unseen. Anything that is that we didn't cover in that Nightbird video, I'll put it in Unseen, of course. So we will make sure that anything that people have found or has been spoken about over the last like couple of hours. If it wasn't in that Nightbird video, I'll put it in unseen, and I'll chuck a load of other stuff in unseen as well. I'll do a review on the second channel. I'll get the poll up on the second channel for you to vote. All of that has moved to the second channel. And community opinions, I'll get that up, and that'll be on the second channel tomorrow. Whew. Right, there we go. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. And I will see you again for the next stream tomorrow, and plenty of videos on the way. Bye for now.